Good day and good evening, and welcome back to ARR Relic Grind with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Given that we already Savage Raided this week, we're doing something else on the Saturday, although we're doing something that we do every week at present. Now, I am planning to go further than, longer than usual because it is Saturday, right? Would be sad if we didn't. Which also means that I have a hope in my heart, which is for you on the left side, or rather on the right side, but this camera's mirrored. But I have a hope that we will finish the book step. There's 2 books left. We will do the Alexandrite, which I have on hand, like a TV kitchen. I brought some from home. You can also see I prepped the materia. I'm ready to roll. And I also imagine we'll do the light grind, which means that these quests that have been sitting in my journal for a while will finally be relevant. And then we'll see if we can finish that. Or at least get far with it. But I imagine we'll be able to do most of that tonight. Now, let's start with picking up some leaves. And also, hey Talaba, hey Lana, hey Aradel, hey Seras, hey Melo, hey Caitlin, hey Ilya, hey Angel, and hey Freelife. Hope you're all doing very well. Actually, when I planted myself in Modona, I made sure to check that I didn't have a fate in Modona that I needed, because I would feel so compelled to go and do it off camera if it, spawned while I was here. So it was quite significant for me that that was not a possibility. That I wouldn't be sitting there like, oh man, I could do it, but no, I have to wait. We go live in a bit. Tower of Power. Where would that even be? I'm reasonably certain it's that. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's that. So let's go there. Hey Rose and Gazel, hope you're doing well. And hey Agent Monica, hope you're doing well as well. Caitlin says, I just got my second ARR Relic started for White Mage. I just got my Paladin's ARR Relic done earlier. I have a Paladin Relic that is slightly ahead of my Black Mage one. I also have a Warrior one specifically to collect Atma. Rose says, I think waiting for the fates was one of the more annoying parts. Oh yes, but the way that we went about that last time is that I would check frequently. We also had Nox who would basically camp one of them for me. I didn't ask, but they were so nice to do it anyway. But when we ran into a situation where the fate just wasn't there, I just started world hopping until we found one. Hey Naomi, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I have never finished an ARR Relic. while we're on it. So that can still lead to me being surprised by something that I didn't plan for. Oh, right, I don't even get Umbral Hearts. Whoops. How many predicts do I have in stock? Like 1800. You know, Caitlin, actually there's a lot of stuff here that I'm like, I normally don't carry around. So hopefully that'll look better soon. Now, well, I believe we were here to actually grab a live quest, so let's do that. Last step needs 600 with no other way. Okay, that's good to know, because I know the quest step that I have here sitting waiting for me needs like 800. So that... Oh, wow. The eyes have it. That's torn from the heavens, if I recall correctly. That would be this guy, then. The Bloodhounds of Curthus. No? I did read that right. Grand Company. Okay, well, then we go to Thanalan and grab that one, and then we'll hope we'll roll it later. Caitlin says, I wish the relics could go in the Glamour Dresser. They can if you get the replicas, right? Kai didn't check what the quest was called. Pale Oblation. Which one? What do you mean, Caitlin? Are you talking about the live quests? In that case, I know. That is actually the reason why I didn't do them, because every time you deliver a live quest, they refresh all of the live quests. So I'm basically grabbing the ones I need, and then I'm intending to use those to re-roll on the ones where they didn't have them. I've gone through the rigmarole of doing all of the do unique live quest achievements, and I have had to do this. So I have, like, I know this. I know the tricks. I know the live quest tricks. Hey, Ultimate Trainer, hope you're doing well. This is the... there's one more book after this one. You might not want to trash the OGs. I've heard that if you use them to start a Heavensward relic or something, you can skip a step or something like that. Oh, wait, do we have a fate here? Nope. Hey, Shabir, hope you're doing well. And Trevain, hope you're doing well as well. How long does this relic truly take to make? I'm at stage 2 on mine currently. I heard it gets annoying after that. Yeah, I believe the step after the one you're dealing with, or maybe the step after that, is the book step. And that book step requires you to do like 27 fates, but you only have 3 on order at a time, and you also need to do 27 live quests, and you need to do like 27 dungeons, and you need to do like, I don't know, 90 different enemies or something. And again, it's like in 9 sets, so the book step takes a hilarious amount of time. It was the Bloodhounds of Curthus, yes. And now we can just do them. Wink. Charger. But yeah, it's hard to say, Trevain, because the different steps take a while, and some of them are easier and some of them are harder, and sometimes what makes them harder or makes them more time consuming are like, you know. Hey Kaikuro and Truck, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that's true. There is a limit on how many, I believe it's specific duties that have this limitation, but yeah, there is a 100 duty limit per day. I'm pretty sure it's just dungeons though. But we'll see. If we run into that, then there's not much I can do, right? I feel like I just got kill stolen by my chocobo. Swift cast to fire 3, then the chocobo just goes. I made the mistake of smacking the enemy with my weapon for a whole single damage. Hey Peekahoo, hope you're doing well. Then we go to the South Shroud. Check for this. And then we check for this. Looks like it's chicken for dinner, boys. Oh! Run! Or fly! The fate I need is here. Hold up. No. When you have to clear out the regular mobs in the area before you start fighting. Hey Alejandro, hope you're doing well. Imagine getting a... Oh, there it is. Firestarter proc. And then... How much is a second Chocobo saddlebag compared to a new retainer? Like, I mean, an extra like this? Compared to an extra retainer? I believe a retainer has 175 item slots, whereas an extra saddlebag would be 70. Enjoy, Angel, and hey, Sally. Hope you're doing well. Taken. Where would that be? There. Right, we'll fly over there. Maybe not. Do we have any enemies in this zone? We have a couple. So do those, if it spawns in the meantime, fantastic. If not, we'll start doing the dungeons while we wait for it to spawn. I don't know, Caitlin. On account of me having neither of those things. If you're looking for... like, my advice on that, Caitlin, is if you're looking to buy either of those things because you're overwhelmed with stuff, then you know what would be smarter is clean your inventory. That's what you should actually be doing, is figure out what things you don't need. Because if you just pay for more inventory space because you're running out of inventory space, then what's going to happen when you run out of that inventory space? Like, you didn't learn the lesson. Like, you didn't change anything. You just made more space to fill on. So you're just going, like, eventually you're just going to run into the exact same problem. And then you'll have to ask yourself one more retainer or, you know, more Chocobo saddlebag. Same problem. Should I get rid of food? It depends on how much different food you have. Like, how many different kinds of food do you need? And how many different item levels are they? Like, if you have a lot of old food that you don't, like, you're not actually making more of, maybe, like, if it's combat food, use it more aggressively. Like, you're doing a random leveling dungeon, use food. Things like that. Like, I used the raiding food, like the good food I had from the last expansion, I used for leveling in this expansion, because I had so much. Hey Morgan, hope you're doing well. Rich Kai? What do you mean? I mean, it was leftover food buffs. It should spawn around here, I believe. Those cookies from the one event that has a 4% XP bonus. Oh, well, I mean, you could hold those. They should only take one item slot though, right? They could be sold at a reasonable price. Maybe. A special kind of cookie from an event a long time ago, Cat, which had a better food buff. Like, it gave 4% XP bonus instead of 3. Like, you might want to hold them for the next expansion, which would immediately mean that you would have to have a slot for that for until the next expansion. And you might be thinking, well, like, I imagine what you're thinking is, well, if you've already re-leveled everything, why would you need that? And that's exactly it. Next expansion. It's a special fancy schmancy cookie you might not be able to get back. You'll sit on them next expansion as well. Oh yeah, you might. Like, that is the funny thing, is if you sit on them and then you don't actually use them when they're useful, then, like, at that point you've missed the point in holding them. Exactly, Pigahoo. I'll save this elixir until endgame. Endgame comes. Oops, I didn't use my elixir. Yep. I'm out of MP. Use an ether. But you can't buy those in stores. You have like 85 of them. No, sorry. This is the final battle. But I only have 85 of them. I might need my 99 HP potions for after the final boss. Yeah, maybe there's a second phase. The thing that annoys me the most is when, like, if you lose to the boss, it'll like, just put you back. But it doesn't give you back the items you lost. Like, that's the most annoying thing. The only thing, like, the thing that just is the cherry on top of that nonsense is when it's combined with an autosave. It's like, yeah, now I'm definitely not using my big valuable items, because if I lose, then I won't have the item for the run back. Nope, it's not here yet. Hey Vash and False Geek, hope you're doing well. The final days are upon us. It's time to use my high potion. It's finally time. Doink. These mobs are so perfectly spaced that they make it slightly awkward to one-shot them all. Rock? Doink. Well, the thing is, Caitlin, what I'm doing is actually one relic at a time. where I'm doing this in this specific way, because it's, I would say, more interesting for like a stream setup. But if you want to be efficient about it, it would probably not be a bad idea to like actually spread out your relics. Like there are certain steps, like the book step, can be completed somewhat simultaneously with the step that is associated with these quests, if you do it smartly. I actually used to do that back in Shadowbringers when I was doing those relics, is that I would have a relic at each stage and then like work on multiple things at once. It was extra nice when certain tasks was like, would progress 2 different steps at the same time. I would only finish the the first step fully when it was like the last weapon. So yeah, it's not a bad. That's also the reason why I have a paladin weapon that is slightly ahead of the black mage weapon, because that was the first AR relic I started with, and the reason why I started on that one in the first place was because you actually need the trials associated with the relics to access Mentor Roulette. So I just grabbed the Paladin one. And then I used the Paladin one to look ahead a bit, so I knew a little bit what was happening for these streams. But then I reached a point where I was like, I don't think I can do that whole questing step in a short enough amount of time that I felt comfortable starting on it when the Black Mage was only slightly behind. So I just stopped. And the reason why I have a warrior weapon is because it was very neat to have that, so that I could grind Atmos at any time that I would feel compelled to like be like, oh, I could grind something. Then I could just grab my warrior weapon and farm some Atma. So like I have them at the specific steps that are really convenient. Which was also how, when we got to the Atma step on stream, I just skipped that whole thing because I already had all the Atmas for Black Mage weapon. Which, in a funny twist, I basically grinded on stream back in the Yokai Watch event. So I kind of already did that. I just did it like a year beforehand. You know, Silly, doing it in one big go sounds fun initially, but the thing that really can demotivate me when I have done some like Atma grinding has been that sometimes you'll get like 5 of an Atma at once, like 1, 1, 1, 1. And other times you'll do like 10 fates and have nothing to show for it in a zone where they just don't come easy. And that's fair, Caitlin. Also, to clarify, when I say we did the Atma farm on stream, I mean like at some point back in Endwalker when there was a Yokai Watch event again, that's when we did it. So you might not even have seen much from me at the time. Who knows? It was more the technicality of, I did actually do that on stream. And what are you looking for in the Thieves maps, Pikachu? getting to the bottom 20 times. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever done a Thieves map. I have never done a Eureka Relic Weapon. Are they not just like... You just need to collect materials? Isn't that basically it, Sally? Yep. Right. Now we need to do something different, because apparently Taken said no. Just spawning while I was just hanging out here anyway. Back and forth then. Eureka's the most tedious. Let's just say that I don't have max level in Eureka. Originally, when I got into Final Fantasy XIV, as a much more casual player, you could say, Eureka was basically, because of, you know, the options that you had, was kinda the end game you could aim for as a more casual player, and I didn't like it. So that basically got me to quit. I was like, I don't like this. It's not fun. And I came back when I learned that Blue Mage was added. I don't think so, Caitlin. How would that mess up my stream? Well, that's good to know, Angel, but it didn't spawn in like the, I don't know, 15 minutes I was there. What's the holdup? Hey Duskit and Zaf, hope you're doing well. There you are. Boink. One more. And then we go back and check again. I think Little Alamigo's closer. No, it's still not there. It is supposed to be there, right? I'm pretty sure. Hmm. It spawns under the exclamation mark. Huh? 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 Labyrinth text, yes? Is it there? Right, that was also where I was hanging out earlier, waiting for it to spawn, and it just didn't. Unless it, like, times out within, like, 2 minutes. I didn't miss it, it just didn't spawn. I'll go back and forth. And yeah, that is probably also a good idea, Rose. I mean, you could just pause it. Oh, there it is. You could just pause the resistance weapons when the Dawntrail relics come. On the other hand, I have heard others suggest maybe don't get too caught up in a grind of something that you don't need. Since, you might appreciate not for current content very soon. Then waiting with it might be smart. That's basically what it comes down to. Chaja! Now, get out of the way. Now, what do we have left? These books always take way longer than I expect. I'm like, it'll take like an hour and then we'll done 2 books, right? Like snip, snap, done. And then like we're 36 minutes in and I'm only now just finishing the first one. That might not take quite an hour to do 2 books. Rose says I might forget what I was doing though. I would say make a spreadsheet and take note of where you were, so you can easily pick up where you left off. Elia, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I could imagine. Consider the following: the last stream of grinding relics. I imagined we would finish the books that we had left, and I believe we had done 2 books before we started. I imagined we'd finish and maybe start on the next thing. And we have 2 books remaining. And that was like a 3-hour stream of grinding that. But yeah, it's a lot longer than you'd expect. But it used to be worse. Nowadays, at the very least, you can always just, like, if the thing you need isn't on the map and there's nothing else left for you to do, you can just hop to a different world and see if they have it. On the one hand, that might not always work. Like, it's perfectly possible that the other worlds also don't have it. So, you know, not particularly helpful after all. It's also possible, like we experienced on the last stream, that the thing that you're looking for will spawn on your home world by the time you find it on a different world. I needed one in that spawned here, and Nox just camped it and waited for it to spawn, and it didn't spawn for like 30 minutes or something. And when I finally had nothing else left to do in the book, I went and checked other worlds, and the exact moment I found it on a world, it spawned right next to Nox. So it's just like, not super helpful after all. Oh yeah, the surprise? That one is annoying. That is one where you basically have to stand there and wait for it, because otherwise you're gonna miss it. Also, speaking of missing it, I had a rather funny discovery earlier today in regards to the moon stuff, the Mooncrafter Gatherer stuff. If you haven't done any of that, you might be a little lost on this, but if you have been there, you may know that there is this stellar progress thing. There's like some dailies in there, but there's also the standard section of it, where there's like just general tasks to do, and when you finish them, you get like a bunch of credits. The particular one I made a discovery on is that there is a task to do the mech ops as the pilot 10 times. I finished that today. But there's also one for doing ground support 50 times. Now, the discovery I made was that if the mech ops task is not successfully completed, you do not progress this task, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but that it's actually a pretty significant difference, because if you're the only person participating in the mech ops, if you're the pilot, it's trivial to complete because it scales. Like, it's no big deal at all. But if you're ground support and there's no one else, like, I tried alone, and, like, I got a full haul on the drill one, like, a full inventory thingy, and handed it in, and I did, like, 3 or 4% of the objective. I don't know if it scales with instance count. I think we were, like, 16 people in the instance, something like that, so that might make a difference. But point being, it was impossible for me to do that on my own. It might, like, even out if there's less people, like if there's only you in the instance, for instance. But the possibility that it's not going to be possible to complete them without a pilot could be a problem, because while there's a very limited amount of pilot slots and no limit to the ground support slots, the fact that you only need to do the pilot section 10 times and then you're technically done would mean that you might actually run out of people interested in being pilots long before you run out of people that might be interested in being ground support. And yeah, exactly, Dazkid. I saw the same thing. I saw that there was one mech running around, but there was no name attached to them, and they were just running around. Like, they just ran over somewhere, looked a bit, and then ran over somewhere else and looked a bit. And I was just like, why are you here? What are you doing? The piloting gives the good reward tickets. Actually, Sheila, I have, based on what I've been told, based on what information I've gathered, the Big Bang tickets are not any better than just drawing a ticket normally. Like, just buying a gamble is the same. It's just, it looks fancy, but it's not fancy. Because it's RNG, it's really hard to tell, but let's just put it like this. I think it was Afi that sent a picture the other day where they had one of their roulette choices was one where there was only one option. Like, it was just carrot and nothing else. And it was just mount. Like, you could just pick the mount. Boom. Done deal. And that was not a Big Bang ticket. It was just pay 1,000 credits. So I don't think, like, the big selling point of doing the pilot is supposedly the mount can drop in your inventory when you do it. But I don't think the ticket is anything special. I guess you could say it's better since you aren't spending moonbucks on it. Well, Rose, the thing is you pay 1,000 moonbucks to buy the pilot license. So you've already, like, they're basically, you pay 1,000 monies to then work. And then they give you a 1,000 credit value ticket to roll with. Like, it's possible that it has a higher rate, but based on what I've seen, I don't think it does. Hey Zorba, hope you're doing well. And thank you, Zorba, I'm glad to hear that. That's exactly it, Sheila. I feel like it's possible. Again, it's possible. No, Rocky, we raided Tuesday, so no raid today. Our Viper is on vacation. I still can what? Right. Where the problem is that you would need a ludicrous amount of tickets to compare with to figure out if there is an actual difference in. We did not, but we actually got somewhat, like at the end, I feel like we got somewhat consistent at reaching wave 4, Rocky. But anyway, what I was getting at, Sheila, is that the fact that the Loperid basically primes you to think that the ticket is a lot better by being so amazed that you have one, makes you think that it might be better. And if you've then noticed that you were a bit lucky when you got them, you might be more inclined to remember that, whereas you don't put as much stake in whether you were lucky or not with the regular ticket. So it's possible that it's like, I don't know if the word is placebo here, but it's possible that it isn't any better, and it's just that everything in the game has basically done everything in its power to try and make you think that it's better. Gaslighting way, yeah, exactly. Hey James, hope you're doing well. That is called Gambler's Fallacy. I think Gambler's Fallacy is more like the whole hot hand and don't quit on a loss kind of thing, isn't it? Confirmation bias. Thank you, Cat. Doink. That's fair, James. Yeah, what we were talking about is that there are these tickets that you get when you're the pilot in the MechOps stuff on the moon. And there is this hypothesis, at least, that they give, like, that their odds are better. But based on what I've seen, there's, first of all, not enough evidence to suggest that they are better. But also, the game does, puts a lot of effort into making it sound like it's a lot better. I think the real selling point of the MechOps is the standard progress, where you need to be MechOps 10 times in total to finish that. And there's also, I've been told that you can win the mount, like you can just be handed the mount after doing the pilot work. I didn't get that, so, you know, take from that what you will, but I didn't see that. Hey Zyph, hope you're doing well. There's a chance you get the mount instead of the ticket. That doesn't sound nearly as good. What? I realize that might sound a little strange, but imagine if you actually wanted the ticket. And then instead, you get like because you wanted the ticket to roll on something else, and then you just get the mount. Urgh. Hey, go. Hope you're doing well. Vash says, I want the ticket for the materia, but they almost never land on it. That is funny. I'm just saying, many of the higher ticket items you can get, such as the mount, would sell for money that you could use to buy several materia. Oh, me too, Sheila. I have gotten the mount twice. And I don't have the minion. The live quest. Poke the enemies to see which ones are the baddies. The black mage. Why? What if I just kill all the potential suspects? What if I poke them with a fiery explosion? I'm sure I'll get their attention. I'm sure they'll spill the beans if it's them. Is cosmic exploration the best leveling method now? That is a good question. I imagine it might be. I think Milo leveled with leveled some crafters, gatherers with cosmic exploration, so might be able to know better than me on it. That's a sentence worthy of Mizunagi Newsdigger. Right, the Cairo Sensei. That one was great. I would like some pages. You have to get out of the way. You know what's really weird is that there's one of these kinds of Necrologos quests where you actually get the pages from killing specific enemies, and those enemies instantly respawn. For whatever reason. It is quite funny. It took me way too long to realize... Why is there a box on top of the parchment? Way too long to realize that it was an option to just kill everything. I was like, they tell me to poke them, so I'll carefully poke them one at a time. And then, like, one day someone was like, just attack them. I'm like, what? You could do that? Is that allowed? Yeah. Way easier to do it that way, I tell you. Hey, Shackman. Hope you're doing well. And Free Life says, which material should I infuse my bravura with? Crit, directed dissemination. If you're intending to use it, then probably crit and direct hit and determination, yeah. If it's just for the fun of having it for glam, then it probably doesn't really matter. Like, not really. The stats are not going to make a huge splash while you're doing unsynced stuff to progress it anyway. I'm glad to hear that, Shackman. The story goes, and I do agree with that Hildebrand is a very... Oh, I think it's that one. A very hit or miss. Either you hate it or you love it. I feel like we've already done this fate for this. How strange. Repeats? Hmm. Or maybe I did it as Paladin. Ugh. Free Life says it may be an upgrade for me. Oh. Right. If you're doing it while you're still in ARR, it might make a difference, but most of the time the recommendation is to just not do that and just, you know, move on with the MSQ. But if you're doing it as you are in our ARR, then yeah, it would be like crit directed determination would be the important ones to look for. Tenacity is probably fine as well. No, Truck, I like the Hildebrand story. I like it. What I meant was, there's a lot of people that don't like them. I think they're hilarious. I have, however, not gotten around to the Dawntrail stuff yet. Been too focused on other things. Your Nabath axe is probably better. What level is a Nabath axe? That's okay, Truck. If let me put it like this, Free Live. If you have a weapon that is over item level 135, then the ARR Relic Weapon is not going to be an upgrade. I kind of meant both rows. Like, being told that it's a level 70 plus item is like the same as going, yeah, well, it's, you know, it's a lot higher item level than the ARR relics. I feel like my pet is leaving me hanging here a bit. It's getting a little scary. Ignore the mobs, it'll be fine, surely. I don't think there is any specific content, Bokaj, where you would want the AR relics, as far as I know. I believe that fear one is over here. So we'll just fly over to that, do the dungeons while hanging out. Oh yeah, the Endwalker's solo duty in Hildebrand is... Can you redo that one? Is it difficult to access that? Can you do that one with New Game Plus? Because it's one of the funniest ones. The Taste of Fear is up on Cerberus for like 10 minutes. Is Cerberus on Chaos? I don't think so. I think Cerberus is on Chaos. 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 I think Cerberus is on Cha Thank you, False Geek. I'll try and come over and see if I can make it before someone else rushes over and does it. Yeah, you definitely have the new game plus it, but maybe, like, I was more thinking, like, how much do you have to do to access it? Free Life says, I'm only halfway into Heavensward, so I wasn't sure. I got the Nabath axe from my retainer. That is pretty funny. Imagine just being handed a gear upgrade from your retainer. Like, imagine that you're just hanging out, like, you're just, like, looking through, like, you're just logged in for the first time in the day, and then, like, you just talk with your retainer, like, okay, what do you have? And then they just hand you, like, a 765 weapon. Like, what? As the M8S theme starts to, like, tone in the background. And when I climb. Yeah. Oh, hi. A retainer on AR got Savage Gear before World first cleared that fight. Could you imagine how furious people would be if that was an option? Like, if that could happen nowadays. Like, how quote-unquote unfair that would be. Thank you, False Geek. Well, while I'm here, let's see if the Big Bagoli theory is on. On my end, I've pretty much... if I've ever done anything with retainers, I've usually progressed so fast that my retainers couldn't offer me anything of value. And you know, Trock, that you are making a pretty good point there, that a lot of things in a game is like, if you start arguing that it needs to have a point, then very quickly you'll run, like, you'll run face first into the revelation that, oh look, cloves there. The revelation that, well, what does have a point? Nice, Aritel, when I like, on the stream, we lock blades. That's when I realize. Nice. That is pretty quick and fast. Thank you, Aritel, that was funny. Nice. When I climb. It's just a perfect edit. When I climb. Exactly, Naomi. Cole, does that feel pretty fair as long as the chances weren't very high? I think on the retainer thing, see, the funny thing is that I imagine that, like, the problem wouldn't so much... I think the reason why it wouldn't be really considered a problem is because the world first race tends to be over fast enough that it wouldn't matter. But if the world first races were a little bit more time consuming, as it were, then consider that, like one of the raid teams might show up, like, I don't know, day 3, and then they just have an upgrade they shouldn't be able to have. That might feel a little bit unfair. Even, like, the fact that it is a chance that someone was just lucky probably would make people feel even more cheated by such a scenario. Apparently there are dogs outside, barking it up. Hopefully they'll be okay. Exactly, Cat. Just get more retainers for pro. And that would actually, if retainers could get current Savage gear, then yeah. Whoa. It's very consistent. Will I need to close the window? But yeah, exactly. If you could get current Savage gear through retainers, then in some weird technicality kind of situation, Final Fantasy XIV would immediately, boom, be pay to win. Technically. If we view getting Savage gear as winning. That's often the strange context when you talk about pay to win. It's like, what counts as winning? But I would argue that in a game where gear matters a lot, being able to get gear more, like having a chance to get more gear through retainers of which you can buy more for real money, would be a type of pay to win. Well, first Twintania took 2 months, so you know. Oh boy. Well, out of curiosity, did the game ship with Twintania fightable? Because sometimes when it's like a boss at the early stages of a game, it sometimes gets a little weird with the world first. Like, I believe WoW's TBC, there were raid bosses that took an eternity to kill if you count from when they were like put in the game. But like, imagine if Dawntrail shipped with M12S available. Like, it's just there. You could just fight it. If you get good enough, you can just fight it. But all the various gearing mechanisms to actually be capable of doing that would take ages to access. And then it's like, well, the boss stood for half a year. Meanwhile, the boss wasn't actually realistically beatable until like a week before it was defeated. You know what I mean? Zolma says, how many people do I need to unsync farm Omega raids for Glam? That is an excellent question. I'm pretty sure that O4S and O8S are both soloable. I'm not sure if you can solo O12S. You probably can. But that one is going to be a little bit more like you need to nail it. Unsync countdown streams win. That could be funny. You're just rushing through to demonstrate what duties you can and cannot solo. And how many people you need when you can't. I'm pretty sure we've done this one before. Why is it there is overlap on the books of one job? It's valuable information that I don't think exists right now. It's a good point, Bokash. The funny thing with that is actually that that's also something that I've noticed with like unsync boss guides for like, you know, Endwalker raids and stuff like that. It's often that there just isn't any coverage on that, which is, you know, in fairness, a lot of the time, most people don't really care. They can kind of go, like, most people can probably wing it with just a guide and just go, well, we probably won't need this, this, and this. And then just work with that. So there's just not enough interest is my guess. The data probably also is out of date very quickly. Yeah, exactly. In the first raid tier of Dawntrail, you'll see X amount of mechanics, probably, of a specific fight. In the second raid tier, you'll see less. In the third raid tier, you'll see even less. And even so, you might have to like really, really pay close attention to the power of your team when you give that advice, because it might actually be that the average team that would need this information is not even remotely capable of skipping as much as your team, and things like that. But it could still be funny. They found a use for Scathe. How would you design a defensive for Viper? I would probably just give them like I'd probably look at the hardened scales thing they have in PvP and work from there. I'm not sure how that would like how I would redesign that to work better in PvE, but that's probably where I would start. So it says for the longest time, every guide said you needed 8 people for Emerald Weapon Extreme, and then some guy just soloed it. I know that I had trouble with doing it with 3 players. But I believe with a tank, like if you can do it fast enough, then like a tank can probably do it on their own because they can possibly ignore something. Cat has soloed it. Well, there you go. Of course Cat has soloed it. Guys, it's really weird that Viper just flat out doesn't have a defensive. Meanwhile, Dragoon over there, like, first time. And no, life search does not count. Bokaj, why would life search count? You basically never have it for healing. Because I would consider the random self-healing that tanks have on their 1s or 3s a defensive. Fair enough, I guess. I would say that the most fair comparison then would be to recognize that there are various levels of defensive, and Life Surge almost certainly falls at the very bottom of the totem pole. Which means that Dragoon has like this much more defensive compared to Viper. Where bird? Battle music begins. Oh. Yeah, personally, I tend to not count Life Surge specifically because of the relatively small amount of healing it does, and the fact that the fact that it heals based on the damage you do means that you need to use it on specific attacks to even make it worth it. And because it has to be a GCD, then it's very unlikely that your rotation would be at the point it would need to be to actually get value out of Life Surge when you need it. So everything is playing against you in your capacity to make it. I don't even know if I need to close these Aether valves here. But there you go. Bird up? No, bird down. I am at the right place, right? The Big Bagoli theory. $30.25. Yep, that it is here. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, that's the plan. Nope. I remember there was a day when I did the Paladin weapon where I basically just parked here. And I think I sat here for like 45 minutes, like while just doing other stuff. Like eventually it appeared, but it took so long. And also, hey Cloven, nope. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, basically we're just focusing on one relic weapon to see how far we can push it. But if we end up in a situation where the only thing missing is this one, then we'll probably visit each of the different worlds to see if they have it. Possibly, Cole. I don't actually know if 4 is the limit. What I do know is that particular zone is always really obnoxious about this. Like I mentioned earlier that in an Atma farm situation, that it's really annoying when you're like, you do one zone where there's like so many fates that like you can't even do all of them, and you just get drowned in Atma. And then you go to a zone like that, and there's like 5 fates, none of them give you anything, and then there's just no fate for 5 minutes. Did you hear about the one-button rotation thing in WoW? I mean, there has been so-called one-button rotations in WoW many times throughout the years. Exactly, Kat. Do you know how much that narrows it down? Also, hey, Rust. Hope you're doing well. Oh, right. Sorry. I now know what you mean. You meant the new system, right? The new specifically technical one-button rotation. Right. Yes, I did hear about that. I would say, to Cole's point of saying Square Enix needs to copy and paste that idea, I would say sit down and let's see how the player base receives it. It might be fine. It might lead to goodness, but it might also lead to no one uses it because people will start to like overanalyze to see whether you're using it, or people getting harassed because they don't do as well as that for one or other reason. Like, let's see how they handle it before we say that it's a good idea. Like, let's see it work first and see how the player base handles it before we say that it's amazing. Also, yeah, adding more G-City to your rotation in Final Fantasy XIV would probably not work out super well considering how strict a lot of rotations have been designed. It would just be like, yeah, it could do like a basic rotation for you, but for most jobs it just straight up wouldn't work. The way that it works, based on what I've read, Bokaj, is that it adds 0.2 to your GCD. So the base GCD in WoW is 1.5. So they just change it to 1.7. Like that's like the cliff notes. Bam. But yeah, my point being that gamers have an incredible ability to take something that looks good at face value and just destroy it. Just be like, nope. So let's see how players handle this. You could have just left it at gamers. You know, gamers. Thank you. It's a complicated conversation, Cole, because I feel like there should be a world where an acceptable rotation is playable by a new player or a disabled player, without basically giving them the freebie button. Like, let me put it like this. Your suggestion that giving this button helps disabled players so that they can play too. If I was disabled playing the game, I would I would probably be offended by that suggestion. I'm just saying it's not necessarily the best example because there's many different ways to be disabled and some might actually benefit from a button like this. But I mean, I saw a video back from like Heaven's Ward of a guy playing Machinist with his feet because he didn't have arms. He found a way, right? Like that's what I'm saying, is that I don't know if it's necessary, but I do feel like if you need to add such a button, maybe there's other options. Like maybe you could do something else. Maybe the basic rotation's a little bit too crazy and needs to be reviewed. Like that's also a perspective. And then we check again whether the fate we need is spawned. Yeah, exactly, Nope. I remember years ago, I saw a guy that was disabled from here and down, basically, playing StarCraft 2, significantly better than I could, at least, with a stick in his mouth. So... just a stick. But yeah, in fairness, there will probably be some disabled people that would benefit from this kind of option. But I also feel like adding such an option such that you can make the game more complicated for the ones that can would in a way also be excluding those players that are given this button. Because it would have this effect of, well, if you can't do it, just use the freebie button, right? Just use the fancy schmancy button, and then it's no big deal. But is that fun? I know, Cole, but my point here being that if you add a button so that those that can't has this button, it would also mean that, on the one hand, that it can make the game more complicated for those that can, as it were, but wouldn't that also make the game basically mean that either you can, and then you get to play the game, or you can't, and then you just have to use the autopilot button? Like, I feel like it's losing some nuance here. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same concept as in Final Fantasy XIV, where we say it makes sense that there should be jobs for all skill levels, right? Like, that's fair. That there should be some jobs that are a lot easier to play initially. Something for everyone. But if you add a button that just allows you to play anything because it'll just play it for you, that doesn't change the fact that a job might be a little too complicated. Why did I leave before I finished Madonna? So I'm just, like, that's exactly these kinds of reasons is why I'm like, let's see how World of Warcraft receives it. Let's see if it's a net gain. Whether it's a net positive. Because I think it could end up real ugly. Another thing that I've seen, now that we are on the topic of WoW changes, is that I've seen, I don't know if this is real. I do know that the WoW has started adding a cooldown manager and stuff in the game, instead of like requiring you to use an add-on for it. However, I've heard that it doesn't look very good. And then I read something about an article that said that they're working to heavily reduce the amount of add-on stuff plays in on the game. So like they're adding these features that players rely on, so that when they say now you can't use an add-on for it anymore, you can't use the excuse that, well, you can't do it. Like the game doesn't have this feature. Hey, Stainless. Hope you're doing well. I believe you have to do duty roulette free live. You have to specifically use this. Thank you, Stainless. I am doing pretty well. There's also the part that maybe should be mentioned, free live, that quest where you get a map for doing a high level duty or high level dungeon roulette is a daily, so you can only do that once. However, the lady here that sells you various stuff for poetics will sell you a map for 75 poetics. So you can just, like, you can collect poetics from various sources and just, like, get them there. Zoma says, did you ever get 3 lines in Wondrous Tales? I have not. I've been close. I've never gotten 3. Okay, sorry, I just got here. Rude. I don't even think I'm supposed to be here for this one. Where are the axolotls? Hey, yo. Oh, that was weird. I feel like I just turned back around and went the same way back, and suddenly there's 4 of you guys here. That's weird. Where are the axolotls? We're here! Yeah! Not so cute, are they now? I don't know. Those axolotls are kind of cute. In a strange way. You called for us? Where are the axolotls for? But Cole, are those players not essentially getting blocked off because of mechanics? Like, isn't that a mechanical barrier? If we're going to be real here for a moment. Heard you needed something? Oof! My everything! Like, that was like, speaking of, like, I made that video. What if your entire party sucked, right? And we did Vanguard with all 4 players essentially deliberately playing with like a fraction of their toolkit, and a lot of players then said, "Yeah, but you did the mechanics right. That's the real problem." And a single button rotation wouldn't solve that. Like, basically, I demonstrated in that video, or we demonstrated in that video, that you don't even need to play well on your rotation. You do, however, need to do the mechanics. So the one button rotation would actually need to automatically dodge mechanics for you to actually really do something for these players that are so bad that they're getting gate-kept by the sheer difficulty of Dawntrail. I think the key to keep in mind here, Cole, is that there is actually nothing you can do that would be enough shy of just straight up making the game easier. Zyph, just to be clear, the one button we're talking about is the fact that World of Warcraft is adding a button that plays your rotation a little slower, but basically plays a rotation that is pretty good for you. Like just basically automatically plays an okay rotation for you. And then the suggestion is, what if they added that to Final Fantasy XIV? Like, what if we could have that here as well, where I'm then saying the players that are having trouble with beating the Dawntrail casual content are, to a large degree, mostly having trouble with the mechanics part of it. So them having a one-button rotation might make it easier for them to focus on the battle, but the key problem is the mechanics. You're right, Cole, but I'm telling you that I have had healer players saying that it is too hard. Weirdly, it doesn't matter what role it is. The problem isn't that. It was mainly in comments, Viek, but I have met players in game that have, like, you know how I mentioned that that the final boss in Skydeep Shinote, according to some, requires you to see the future? Yeah. So basically what I'm getting at is that, sure, adding, like... I guess that's true, Cole. The reason why I'm, like, digging my heels in and pushing against is because the suggestion of they could add this and then they can make the jobs more complicated for us that want that is like... That's where I'm like, no, probably not, because the players in between that doesn't need the hand-holding of the one-button thing, it might be too big of a leap if you then make it more complicated. It's like how, oh, I'm in queue for that. Weird. It's like how we've started to notice that for some players, the difficulty difference between a casual duty, like a dungeon, and an extreme, for those that are really good at the game, it's not too big of a deal, because a lot of the things in a Dawntrail duty is like, well, you still need to pay some attention, right? And the extreme also requires just a bit more than that. But if you basically barely managed to do the Dawntrail dungeon, then what's the next step? Extremes, presumably. But those are also way harder Like, it's like, as the game has progressed, the distance between extremes and casual content has increased because the good players needed more challenge, and the more casual players didn't necessarily, not as much. So while both things have increased in difficulty, one thing increased faster. Which is, I believe, part of the reason why some players have, you know, asked for content between extreme and casual. Because the difficulties have separated so much. And it would be the same problem if you added basically a one-button rotation and used that as an argument to make the actual rotation of a job more complicated. It would make this huge cliff, or I can't make that. I can't finish that. That is really sad. It would make it too hard for some players to actually make that jump. So it might not actually be, like, they could add it, but I feel like it would be a very, very dangerous game to play to say, well, now that you have the freebie button, we can make the actual playing of the job really complicated. That's where I'm like, don't think that's a good idea. That's really it. That's what it comes down to for me. But that's why I'm saying that maybe it's not a good idea. But you're right that the players that it would benefit would probably benefit just generally. Like, for those players, it doesn't hurt them, right? It doesn't hurt anybody to have that option. The fate is named the Big Bagoli Theory. And it spawns, like, here. Also that, Pikachu, you also need to consider how many people this would realistically help. Is stainless before the black mage changes? You would do 3 to 4 fire falls, then you would use paradox, and then you would do like 2 to 3 fire falls, and then you would use flare star and despair. Nowadays you still use a paradox at some point, but you can use it at the start, you can use it at the end. It's a lot more flexible, you could say. And the reason was that paradox reset the timer. When do you scathe? When you're doing a duty unsynced and it can one-shot something. There is more to it than that, Stainless, just to be clear. There is more to it than that, because the timer was a lot more strict, but I would also say that before the changes to Black Mage, it was a lot more punishing, which was the thing that made it really hard. Was that it was a lot meaner if something got in the way. Like, consider the following. M5S. M5S. Each time a black mage would have to dance, you would have trouble if you didn't have a bunch of spell speed. That's the kind of like, that's also what was being suggested. Part of the reason why they made the change to Black Mage was so that it was, like, more capable in these new fights. they have a lot more points where the boss just goes, oh, now you can't attack me. Or you're interrupted for a second now. You have to dance. Things like that. I'm starting to reach the point where I'm wondering if I should just go on Louis Swine, camp, and wait for the fate. Not quite, Pikachu. The way that it used to work was that when you entered Astral Fire, Umbral Ice, you had to use Inoxion as an action, as an ability. It had a 1-minute cooldown, I believe. I think it was actually later changed to 30 seconds, but that's not particularly important for the story. That Inoxion did the same as it does now. Like, it activated your polyglot timer and it gave you a damage boost. But if you dropped your Astral Fire Umbral Ice, like it actually ticked out, and you then reactivated it, then you had to use Inoxion to activate it again. And if you hadn't managed to maintain it for a minute, then too bad. Just straight up too bad. You just had to awkwardly play level 50 Black Mage for a minute. But yeah, I will say Black Mage before the 7.2 change, oh, there it is, was a lot harder, in my opinion. Black Mage before Dawntrail was different in the standard rotation sense, at least. Easier in some ways, harder in other ways. But definitely the 7.2 change made Black Mage a lot more approachable, a lot easier to play for most players. It did limit a little bit of the craziness that they can do with their non-standard, but at the same time also made it a lot less necessary for them to even worry about that. But let's just say before 7.2, Black Mage was a job that I always liked. I would often play Black Mage in like random dungeons and dailies and whatnot, but I would never take it into actually hard content because I didn't believe that I had the chops to actually nail it in a really, really hard fight where I had to focus on mechanics because it already took too much for me to just play Black Mage. It also didn't help that Black Mage had a tendency to almost need to spreadsheet a fight to actually play it reasonably reliably. Which means that, like, in the past, as the story goes, most players wouldn't play Black Mage on prog because they needed to know how the fight went before they played Black Mage. Like, they needed to already have done the fight before they play Black Mage. And that's not needed anymore. Which I think is actually a win. Like, I think that's a plus, at least. But yeah, that's because it's easier, right? Like, that's because it's easier. No doubt about that. Maybe cool. Where is it I have to go with the staff now that I've finished it? Do I go here? I think I go here. But yeah, I'm just saying, I have plenty of content on the channel to suggest that I have a reasonably good idea of how Black Mage played. And I still didn't want to play it in actually hard content because it was too hard, in my opinion. And now that it's easier, that's the main job that I play. So like, I'm just saying, I wanted to play Black Mage, but it was too hard, in my opinion. Now it's not. Now I'm playing it. So yeah, it's not a win for everyone. I know. I understand. A lot of Black Mage mains that are very sad about the changes. I understand. But I'm just saying that it also means that a lot of Black Mages that wanted to play it, like, not a lot of Black Mages, a lot of players that wanted to play Black Mage now can. So it's not all bad, at least. The next step... Oh, thank you, Ardell. The next step is this, right? The next step is I have to go over and get a scroll. Isn't that right? You think? As the Metricon says, I don't think they've ever made a change to a job that was all bad. Some people would say that most of the job changes they've ever done have been all bad. That's a fair point, Randoming Nope. But the alternative is perhaps that once a lot of people are actually playing it, they might view the job as actually in a good place. Alright, Caitlin, enjoy your evening. That is correct, Viek. Colt's Kazamatoy is like 5 times better than the futon timer thing. I've actually heard from a reasonable amount of ninjas that they don't like it because it feels so pointless. It feels so tacked on because it doesn't interact with anything in your toolkit other than Aeolian Edge. I can see the point there. But I also felt like Futon was similar in some ways to Black Mage, actually. Something where remembering to refresh it was like just complete indifference, just okay. Forgetting to refresh it mega sucked. So like either you had a whatever experience or you had a terrible experience. Kazamatoy is like, if you get it wrong, then it's mildly annoying, but when you get it right, you do some damage. Actually, I believe Viek, I think it was Viek that mentioned yesterday, who was it? That if a fight is ending and you only have one GZD left, using Aeolian Edge with Kazamatoy out of combo is better than using Spinning Edge, which I thought was hilarious. That was not you. Okay. Hopefully the person that said it can, if they're here, can claim the honor then. I still thought it was hilarious. I might have read that comment after yours or something, Jack, then. But yeah, in a way, I am actually almost certain that some players view this removal of the timer on Black Mage in the same way that some people view the removal of the Huton timer on Ninja. That it was just unnecessary busy work and unnecessary added complexity that was just really annoying to deal with, and now it's gone. Whether that is actually what it was is a whole different story, but you might be able to see the comparison here. That, strangely, the awkward timer that just either is there or is not there means that you're going to get punished if you forget, and just not punished if you don't forget is viewed as worse than the thing where if you don't have it, if you haven't generated it, you just have to generate it. But if you do have it, you get a bonus. Yeah, sort of, Cole. The difference is exactly that Huton could take out. Kazamatoi cannot. Hey, Taldeman. Hope you're doing well. It's going alright. I'm doing a very, very difficult part of this relic, as you can see. Good thing my mouse wheel works on this mouse. Hopefully this doesn't kill it. Get a new one? No, I'm working on this. Yeah, exactly, Asymmetricon. And Final Fantasy XIV actually also had this at one point. I believe it was in 1.0 days. The funny thing is presentation, right? Is that either, like, you can have the rested system in two ways. One way is going, for the first X amount of XP you earn, you get full XP. And then after a point, your character is tired and now receives half XP. That doesn't feel good. But if you instead frame it as for the first amount of XP each day, you get double XP. And then after that, you get normal XP. You don't change anything. It's the exact same. The difference is that everywhere just says double XP. And then when it's no longer there, it just says normal XP instead of saying the opposite. People will go from disliking the system to liking the system, because one feels like a punishment, whereas the other one feels like a reward. You have no idea how expensive this was back in the day. I have an idea of how expensive it was, because Strahd gave me a few pointers of how insanely expensive those Great Falls could be. Could it actually go all the way down to 0, Geisel? Yikes. It's not too bad, Alejandro. I have a lot of materia. I prepared for this. And I have the Alexandrite. I farmed that while my paladin was on this task. How many steps left? I think there's like 3 after this one. There's the light step, and then there's the quest step, and then there's, I think there's more light. But I actually can't quite remember exactly. And also, yeah, that is a good point, Cole, that not only would Huton take out, but you would also have to spend ninjutsu to get it back up. No worries, Vyak. Enjoy your day. Exactly, Lone Wolf. That is the thing is, I don't know that part exactly because I haven't reached it on any weapon. Like my paladin weapon is on the step after this one, and I just parked it there because I didn't want to risk being in the middle of that step when we reach it on this weapon. I'd rather make sure we get it all just right. But yeah, the materia step here is pretty easy because I prepared all the Alexandrite beforehand, like a TV chef. Just have all the Alexandrite on hand and just bought a bunch of materia. It wasn't actually that expensive. I think I spent less than 1,000,000 gil on all this. I might have got it slightly wrong on that because I sold a moon mount in between it, which sold for like 300k, so it might be a little skewed by that. All I know is that I didn't drop 1,000,000 gil down. We're almost there! And... wabam! Ta-da! That's actually pretty good. That's pretty acceptable, right? That's pretty good. Not full on the spell speed, but I didn't want to buy Great Force. Nice, Zoma! It's a French term for the preparation of ingredients. Ah. And next comes the very, very interesting step, as I recall, the light farm. Now the question is whether I can one-shot Ifrit. Or two-shot, rather, because I'll have to cast Fire 3 into Xenoglossy and hope that it works. Are you doing this solo? Yes. Why wouldn't I? I did the Paladin one in Thornmarsh, where each clear took took around 20 seconds. So we'll see what I'll do. Oh. I need you to soul glaze my stick. Hey Moonrunner, hope you're doing well. Dun 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 dun. Right, before we do that, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. You're welcome to join, Rust. But actually, I just realized I'm not home. Let me just get back to Iswa. I believe it is faster to just spam a trial. Is that right? So my plan was to, if I can insta-kill Ifrit, then that's what I'm doing. Can also farm Tuntani. Is that faster? I don't know what is fastest. I just know that one way to do it is to spam an extreme, and well, on Paladin I did Thornmarch because I could relatively consistently get him down almost immediately. Either one insta-kill Ifrit or Twintania. If Ross said they could join for it. That's why I'm inviting them. If I recall correctly, it'll also just tell you when it's finished. So you don't have to like keep checking it to see if it's done. Thank you, Alejandro. Yeah, I don't know if I can one-shot Twintania. The problem for Black Mage is that you have... with Ifrit, you have exactly 2 GZDs before Ifrit leaves. And one of them has to be Fire 3, pretty much. So your own, like, the only other thing you can do is Xenoglossy. Like, that's the clear... Like, you go Fire 3, Amplify Xenoglossy. I think is the best you can do. And yeah, I do recognize that'll clip the GZD, but the alternative is Fire 1. And that'll also clip the GZD. And I'm pretty sure Swift casting won't help. That'll just make it more likely if Ifrit leaves. And that's true, Bahamut is also an option. But that one I definitely can't. Let's try it. I'm pretty sure it should be very doable. It's just that I haven't tested. Bruh. Oh. Yep, I totally did that with 2 GZDs. No one saw that Rust finished it. I don't know if it gives more to do Bahamut or Twintania. Oh boy. I think it's actually faster to just leave and try again. But, because he's going to keep doing that. Wall? That is not an option. Yeah, this is the reason why I ended up doing Thornmarch on Paladin instead. Because it was this much longer if you missed it. And yeah, exactly, Talima. That was what I meant with it might be faster to just leave. I think Rust is, for now, just Summoner, but that is also fine. That's up to you, Ilya. I'm just spamming. What command was it trying to execute? Huh? Oh, well, when it crits, right? That was the thing that I experienced with Paladin as well when I was farming Thornmarsh, was that it was basically either I needed to crit an attack or direct hit an attack on the king, or it was a damage roll, because he needed to drop below 42% HP. Otherwise it would take 10 more seconds. Which doesn't sound like much, but it adds up. Ba. Crit! This reminds me of when sometimes people see people like pop in and out right outside Heaven on High, and they're like, what is this person doing? Are they botting or something? When they're like farming, almost certainly farming Horde collections. Yeah, probably cool. Probably something like that. The specific weakness of Black Mage is that they have to cast something like Fire 3 to access their better spell. I think most other jobs can just, like, skip to the good part. But Black Mage cannot. What is it that it's saying that it can't execute? What is it? Is it something with Rust? Is it because I sent the duty before Rust is out of the loading screen or something? Weird. This time I was allowed to despair. Nia says, I wonder why you're not starting with an instant cast 5-3? Because those seconds are valuable. In that time, Ifrit can choose to leave and become invulnerable. By hardcasting it, the Xenoglossy comes out like less than a second later than the Fire 3 cast finishes. You can see they almost like lands at the same time. So like there's something like there's some logic to my madness at least. But I did consider swift casting it. It's just not worth it. You could see sometimes I'd be allowed to use Despair. Depends on what Ifrit is feeling. I just want to check. How are you doing? How are you, mate? A faint etheric activity. Ooh boy. Bosher skirmishes also gives light. What? What? That is a really random place to find light. Ley lines while gated, and you that is a good idea, Cole. Let's try that. Check in again in 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I didn't know that it just told you when it was ready. So I checked in like every few minutes when I was doing the Paladin one. It seems like sometimes you'll spawn out of range and sometimes you won't. This is one of the dumbest ways to farm something in the game, I have to say. It also sounds kind of silly. Bob, Bob, Bob. Dead. Clearly the intended way. Yep. They definitely intended for us to do it like this when they designed it originally. He wasn't vulnerable at 1% HP and then died anyway. Yeah, that makes sense, Cole. That is actually something that has always been really weird with Yoshiranryu, is that the damage lands the moment the shurikens appear. Which also, you know, used to be a thing in PvP, so you just be standing around having a grand old time and then suddenly just boom, take a lot of damage and then shurikens come flying at you. Nowadays, they have made the damage moment in PvP more closer to how it actually, like how the animation actually looks, which makes the attack feel sluggish, strangely. I think they made it a little faster since the initial PvP rework of Dawntrail, but it's still, it doesn't feel as good when there's like a second delay or something crazy like that. It just gets one shot by your aura. You just stand there in a pose, and then like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure music starts playing. More like the not even music, just more like the tense moments in it, and they have like that across the screen. Your stand kills Ifrit. Your stand being just a load of shurikens for some reason. Exactly, purple tension. No! Oh. Why are you like this, Ifrit? Why are you like this? Why you have to be like this? Why can't you be like normal primals? I know, Leah. Part of the reason why I'm not is because I don't actually know if the daily duty limit applies for this. And we have a lot more duties waiting in the wing, so I'd rather not waste one to save a minute. It does not? Trials don't count to the 100 limit? Oh. Well, in that case, we should probably just hop out when we miss the timing, Rust. When Ifrit says you don't pass the vibe check. Truck, was it the red girl? Yeah, I believe, I imagine part of the reasoning why there's a duty limit like that is because there are like liquid money farm strategies that involve just like spending 1 minute in a dungeon. And by making this limitation, you can't do that. But yeah, I believe Ravana Extreme would be a very solid way to grind some Grand Company seals if you need some. Exactly, Blue Mage Vault money farming. I've heard there's also a money farm of doing Bahamut. But I don't know if that actually relies on the market board. And if it does, that would explain why it's not nearly as much of a problem. Or maybe it's not as good as people say it is. Also, hey Seraph, I saw you come in earlier. Hope you're doing well. Remember to open the weapon chest with Paladin for Grand Company seal farming. Oh yeah, good point. You get 2 thingies instead of just 1. That invuln though. Did it say something about my weapon? I think it said something. Thank you, Cole, and enjoy. Did it say something? I thought it said something. Maybe not. I'm hallucinating. I've seen this specific scenario play out too many times. My brain is trying to make it more interesting. I think it looks like the potential disaster is when my Fire 3 crits, specifically. Because then it might not be enough to kill Ifrit. And it'll leave him at the exact point where he's going to, like, suddenly invuln, and then it comes down to whether Rust managed to cue their attack in time. That's also why he just sometimes doesn't let me use Despair. If he drops below that threshold, then he doesn't let me. Ah, yes, 350k direct crit. Could we maybe even out that luck a little bit, game? I'd rather swap that for one pull with a directed and one with a crit. Could I have that? Also, I sure hope it won't take a full hour and a half for this. Exactly. Okay, next Fire 3 will crit. I feel like it took under an hour on Paladin, but it took long enough that I lost track of time and took breaks. AK, hope you're doing well. I'm halfway already? Oh, fantastic. I think I'm going to need it very shortly, Kay. I believe I'm at the step before I'll need it. Do you have any ideas or hopes for 8.0 Black Mage? I don't. What I've said before is that I feel like the changes they've done now leaves a lot of room for something. A particular quote-unquote pain point of Black Mage right now is that in the level range of 60 to 89, you're straight up casting Fire 4 7 times in a row each Astral Fire stage. Like, that's a bit much. And there's like sure, you're nearly doing that at max level as well, but I'm just saying at level 60 to 89, there's a very, very free space to add something or change something. That's all I'm saying. Nice one, Truck. How high is it? Peer into the Zodiac Glass. Vigorous etheric activity. Ooh. How far's that? Imagine just being told a percentage, am I right? There was the Fire 3 crit. And another Fire 3 crit. I guess it has to almost be a direct crit to mess us up then. Paradigm's Beach. A slightly different turn of events than Nier Automata, right, Leah? Paradigm's Beach. Right, so it is about 75%. You know, this is a million times faster and easier with Rust helping with finishing off Ifrit each time. Then intense and extremer after that. Fantastic. But yeah, I don't have any particular things in mind, Rythian. I've just observed that there is there's space for something somewhere. Please, Golbez, free me from the wheel of Moonfish. I will free us from the wheel. Not that one. Oh, that's unfortunate, Ilya. Hey, then you'll have it. At least you'll have it unlocked for future shenanigans. Let's take one more look. How you doing? Intense etheric activity. It's in a tent now. Hey Custard, hope you're doing well. Imagine being Ifrit and waking up only to die repeatedly. Yep. Yep. And that is exciting, Talima. I think Cat reached that point like a while back, and I think it was shortly after that Cat took a step back from big fishing. Is that right? Am I remembering that right, Cat? You're about 10 Ifrits away from finishing. The Ifrit, meanwhile, 10 what? Excuse me? Let's see. Yep, still intense. I just wanted to check if I had checked before right as I'd entered, or maybe I was like in the middle of it. Ooh, an Ifrit card. That's true, Kay. I just like to keep track of it. I wanna know! Oh, I have 10 Ifrit cards! Speaking of 10 Ifrits. Oh, crit! Oh, Rust only has 5 cards. Wow. That's mean. Rust is here helping, and then Ifrit just gives Rust a short end of the stick. Bah, bah. Almost. Oh, a crit. A Xeno crit. Well, bam! Ta-da! Ta-da! We did it! Thank you, Rust. I believe I have to unequip it to continue. Was that like 30 minutes? Like less time than one book. Right. The next step is I have the Nexus one, so now is the quests, right? So now it's this. Is that correct? Is that right? It's this now. Yeah? Right. There are some of the things that I believe I can just go and do. Like, just get it done. Oh, wait. I need to buy something in Hearst Mill. From Tool Supplier and Mender. Where are you? I am the confused. Ah, of course. When they hide in the buildings. One of these things are not like the others, am I right, guys? Would you like a potion? That'll be 28 gil. You could have an ether, that'll be 60. You could have an antidote, that's 39. Maybe some eye drops for 19. You could get some dark matter. We even have some fishing bait. Or you can buy this brass kettle for 100,000 gil. Like, it just has that. Just, yeah. Oh, you want to buy that? Sure, why not? Next, we have in Upper Lanacea. What? Let's see. Oh, there. Right. Do you ever wish they did more with the older zones? Yes. I feel like when games actually make use of the older zones repeatedly, like send you back to them, it makes the game feel like there's more. When a new expansion comes out and the only thing you're doing is basically in those 6 zones, it makes the game feel like the game is just those 6 zones. That's a slight exaggeration, but you probably get what I mean. A lot of the time, it might not actually help that much. Like, speaking of WoW, when they did the Cataclysm expansion, they made a lot of old zones suddenly matter again. In a way. Could it be they add more daily things to older zones? Yeah, I don't know what would actually be a good, like, would be good for that. I'm not sure. But you can probably see how, like, ARR content, like, a lot of it is, like, sending you all over the place because all of it is relevant. Meanwhile, more, like, expansion-specific stuff has a tendency to just focus on those places. It works, but it does certainly feel like there's less. We need 4 sacred spring water. Oh, bam! And... we need 4 bombard cores. Finally, I don't have to sit on nearly full company seals all the time. That was all the purchases. And I believe Kay gave me all the crafts that I needed. So... we can start with Wanderer's Palace. Rust, I'll leave party so you don't get dragged along for this. You need like 8. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to make the ones that I don't have then. Ooh, flashy. It's starting to look real nice. Bruh. Shared fates for older zones? Probably. That could work. And that's a fair point, does Kid. I feel like I do enough damage that it doesn't really matter. But that is a good point. Wow, mercenary mitts! I should not loot everything. That's going to fill my inventory like crazy fast. But sweet, mercenary mitts. Oh. Don't you love it when mobs drop items that you need to pick up? Can use those mercenary mitts to refill your emptied Grand Company seals. You see, that would be a lot more helpful if it wasn't for the fact that like most ARR equipment like gives you like less than 1,000 seals each. Dun 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 dun. Skadoosh. Doink. Hey man, why are you so big? Did you eat your greens? What's happening here? Ow. 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 True, False Geek. I just didn't want to really undersell them. Like, they were all that less than 1,000 each would already be pretty bad. Hey, Chris. Hope you're doing well. You just have to make sure that you're fixing the device while, like, in between them stabbing you. I am well too, Chris. We just finished a 30-minute or so turbo spam of Ifrit Extreme. It's very nice. Now we're back to something a little more interesting. Also, was it Kay? I think actually multiple people mentioned throughout the stream that this, like, the dungeon-specific things here used to be RNG. Like, you'd go through all this to get this item you needed, and then there was a chance you just didn't get it. Although I will say, doing something like that would make all those duties relevant for way longer for most people. And also, like, things like the light farm just gives you, like, on paper, it gives you reason to do stuff in the game. Invisible wall, because reasons. Gives you reason to do stuff. But in reality, what most people would probably do is figure out the fastest way to do that farm and then just move on. Instead of going, well, I get light progression from doing literally anything, so I'll just do whatever and it'll progress and it'll be fine. No, that's usually not how that works. It's like, as I said, on paper it works. In practice, that's usually not how people play games. For some reason, it didn't occur to me that I had bought that Bronze Lake crystal. So I was like, wait, where do I have that from? Hey, Dorfo. Hope you're doing well. Wait. Oh, I clicked on the wrong area. That's how I ended up here and didn't find the specific NPC I thought I was looking for. Well, I know what I'm doing. This list of tasks is really unfurling, huh? Talk with a guy and then it's like, yeah, well, you need to do these 3 things. Talk with a guy, oh, you need to do these 3 things. Talk with a guy, oh, you need to do these 3 things. Fantastic. So I thought I had 4 things, but now I have 16. Also, that would be nice, Rust, if you want to help by running a little bit faster, but I don't want to force you in. I don't know how much more time it takes to run these alone, but I do appreciate it if you want to. I guess we just take it from the top. Mount speed in new zones. I believe you're given mount speed by just progressing shared fates nowadays. I'm pretty sure. But the thing is, Custard, that the mount speed thing in zones is ground speed. Which is why a lot of the time people don't really care that much. Because by the time they have it, they can probably fly. You have to buy them for the crystals. Fair enough. Ow. I mean, they've given you other reasons to do these shared fates. Like, it's still there. I did too, Custard. I also maxed out ground speed in every zone. Wow. Speedrunning hacks. Just ethereal manip to someone who is over the ledge. But yeah, just things like getting the ground speed bonus and such, just for the sake of it, is something that I do as well. Don't really need to, but might as well. I think I can just leave, but hey, let's use the door. Ta-da! Oh, right, that's right here. Fantastic. Will we need it for Occult Crescent? Possibly. Boja didn't initially released without a way to get increased ground speed, but it was added when Zatnol was added. So either it'll ship with it, or it might get added down the line. Cool. But it'll probably cost a resource you have. Like how in Boja there's like those crystals. Like, you'll probably have some. We'll need to call crafters to build hoverboard portals. Oops. Right. The traps. I pretty much did everything in my power to step in that trap as well. Like, I basically did like this. Like, made my body, like, my character wider than it needed to be. Now that would be funny if they had actually made it so that there was like, you're also like that the moon stuff coincided with Occult Crescent, so that you actually kind of needed crafters and gatherers there too. You mean you used your tail to activate the trap? Yes. Not my finest moment. My tail got snapped. It got yoinked. Boom. Right, I actually need to loot them as well. Hey Lotus, hope you're doing well. As the ARR Relic I did, I decided to light farm while doing this step for every other job. Took a while, but hey, technically I got the light for free. Yeah, that's true. You can do this step, and you can also do some of the book steps simultaneously. I think there are mimics in this side room. You can do this step and some parts of the book step, and then you could also do some parts of, like, you can do the light step simultaneously, but you kind of have to choose because, you know, the light step and the book step, I believe, requires that you actually use the weapon. But this one does not. But Custard, I'm pretty sure that you still have to buy ground speed in Dawntrail zones in relation to Shared Fate, so I don't know if it's one less thing to do. Or am I misunderstanding what you mean? Oh, there's a minion down this way. Do you have that, Rust? Now you do. I think so, Custard? Maybe not. It's not like I needed it. Where arms? Hello? Whee! Boop. Hello? Boss? Sorry. Bro. Are you for real right now? An enemy approaches. Yeah, Hey, Silvermint. Hope you're doing well. That was basically the Sans art of fighting. I'm just gonna not let you have anything to attack. I'll just hang out here. You can't stop me, because you can't attack me. They really send you all over the place. Yes, Sans art of fighting. I'm just gonna not let it be your turn. Ever. No, 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 no. You know the one. Doink. Can we get a full acapella of Megalovania? That'll be hard. I don't actually remember the whole thing. Hey, Mia. Hope you're doing well. You're tired. Understandable. Sun Tzu's the art of war. Meanwhile, Zan's the art of... Well, would it be the art of fighting or the art of not fighting when you really think about it? The art of slacking? You made a mistake, Emir? What kind of mistake? Oh, yeah, that does sound like a mistake. Just, you know, remember, when the cash shop opens, just say no. Well, if you never buy anything in the gacha game, it's probably fine. So read Carito's Art of War, which involves slapping the ground and everything near you takes damage. Oh, fantastic. That sounds familiar. I guess that's the one that the scholars use. Bruh. Wouldn't it be funny if it asked you which sphere you would like to put in? So you had to remember which one? And it would just be like, nope, that doesn't fit. Wouldn't that be super fun to waste time on in this duty? The game requires you to pay a little bit of attention. That would traumatize Final Fantasy X players. Oh no! Weisgerent blood. Was there blood in that guy? I thought it was rock. What? Oh, nice. We already had those. If mountains poop rocks and bleed sand? Hmm. Weisgerent blood. So what do you do? Oh, right, repeat the quest. Oh, that is true. Ross says, wasn't it a mummy? I suppose that would explain a lot. Thunder! Look, a jerk anglerfish! And it's gone. Here's a fun fact. If you have one person stand in one of these terminals, it takes 20 seconds to resolve. If you have two, it takes 10. If you have more than two, it still takes 10. I think you, Kay, I think you missed us handing in some items. We have 1/4 of the things. Free life, you have to start with grade 1 materia. You have to like build up to the grade 4s. That's why I have like this whole stack of different kinds of materia, because you have to work your way up. Don't jerk the anglerfish. Well, it's certainly not happening when it's such a jerk anglerfish. Custard? I have. If a zone has only one ground speed boost, as far as I've seen, then you will run as fast as flying speed once you've acquired it. If it has 2 levels, then you're only halfway there when you get the first one, but you'll be at the same as flight speed once you have both. Ultimately, flight speed wins. Hey, Serpico, hope you're doing well. How fast is minimum mount speed versus sprinting? I believe someone determined that sprinting is actually slightly faster than minimum mount speed, which is really weird. I don't know for sure, but I heard something like that with the jogging feature now, if you only have normal mount speed, like the regular, like minimum one, there might not actually be any reason to mount up. If you don't have any more, because you might as well just sprint and jog. The only reason you'd have to mount up is if like sprint isn't available and you just went into combat, so you don't have the jogging effect either. I don't know if that is actually true, but it's something that I heard recently. And I also hope you're doing well, Erika. Dun 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 dun. But that might be worth testing. It's a little difficult to test because most players tend to not have somewhere where they have minimum ground speed to test with, necessarily. I don't know, okay? Maybe? Come on, Bravelocks! You can do it! Run! Like your legs were twice as long as they are. You'll come back, Sally. Long legs, Bravelocks is nightmare fuel. Long legs, Bravelocks can't hurt you. Bravelocks will be easily distracted with cheese. The fact that Gobbybeak comes just awkwardly sauntering down the mountain is so weird. Like, where did they put it? Why did they put it out of bounds like that? Cha-ja! Oh, back to Modona. Fantastic. Right. I will be right back. And then we continue. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Halatali hard. Look at the chair, how would it ever scream? Fantastic, Mom. Open the gate! Storm the gates! Doink. Doink. Nice, Zaf. Congratulations. It sounds like you're there. You're almost there then. Open the gate. There be monsters. Yar. Dun 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 dun. I just heard him yelling at Brayflox. Well, Brayflox needed longer legs. In my defense. Or to at least be, like, closer. Brayflox knew that we were going to be like needing them to show us the way real soon with how fast we were clearing the room. They should have known. Closes, I'm in a Ramu extreme with 7 German people. Wait, how? A mental roulette? What's going on? How did that happen? Mental roulette. How 7 German? Like, do they not speak the English at all? Hey Ashley, hope you're doing well. That could be. Dragoon is a strange job once you get to max level. It might feel a little different to some other jobs, at the very least. But once you've learned it, it'll be easier. Narasimha hide. Executing that 10-hit combo is always easy to forget which step you're in. Yeah, if I'm practicing it on a striking dummy, it's reasonably easy for me because I'll position myself so I know where I'm supposed to be for each part of it. But I can see how it would be a little confusing, especially with other stuff happening at the same time. Speed running dungeons. Bruh. Perfectly spread out so that I couldn't hit anything. Is that what? Is that gonna be optional? Apparently it's optional. Also, that guy's chunky. Apparently I didn't one-shot him. Congratulations, Kay. The fish. Can Scathe kill things here at this level? Some things, maybe. Sickle Fang. Hello. You wanted thing? You want thing? I have thing. A furnace ring. How about we do the things that are not mega thing first? So that we can do all of that all at once. Time for some descending. Right. Right. Let's do the things that are not crafting or descending related first, so I don't get too caught up in the source and then forget what I was doing. And also, Rust is right there. Rocky says, are you doing all of them or just the Black Mage one? For now, just the Black Mage one. Let's remember that it will take more than one single stream to do a whole relic at this point. But yeah, for now, just the Black Mage one. We'll see what we'll do after that. We might even do the Heavensward relic once we're done with the Realm Reborn one. But I have a target to do all of the relics eventually. But yeah, for now, just the Black Mage one. But I might also be able to do it a little bit more efficiently when we're doing multiple at a time later down the line. Yeah, exactly, Rocky. Once you have like gone through a bit of it, it might be easier to like just set it up so you get a little bit more value out of things. Like do these dungeons while working on a different relic and things like that to save a little bit of time. Just remember that it's only the gold vines we actually need to kill to progress. Hold this! Veil Bubo. 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 And then it just dies. Poof. Another key. Furnace ring is 40k on the market board. Oh, fantastic. I might just buy the things we need if it's that easy. But we'll see. We shall see. Again, that is exactly the reason why I'm like, I'll probably just wait until we have the whole shopping list. Maybe, Clove. Whatever the case, I'll work through it as we go, but right now we're just doing the dungeon still. I ran into needing items that are not from a dungeon, and then we started pondering that. About 800k minimum for each relic. Well, you need at least 400k, because there are 4 items you need that... Oh, is it 3? 3 or 4 items that straight up cost 100k each. It's like, there's no way around it. You need 100k for each of those. And you might say, I don't think they're tradable, but even if they were, it'd be like, well, I mean, someone needs those 100,000s then. Clove, why are you just lugging all those items around? Why don't you do one then? Void Weave. Because books are a pain. Fair. It is wild that we can do multiple steps of the relic in the same time it takes to just do a couple books. That would be nice, Clove, but let's wait until I actually know which ones I'm missing, because Kay actually gave me 5 of the things already. So I'm not sure which, like, the names of the things that I need or don't need. But I'll do all of the non-hand-in crafted thingy steps, and then we'll see. But yeah, thank you. Oink. Oink. A mold colony. And it's dead. A mold colony, more like a fold colony, am I right? Anyone? No? No. Hey, laser beams. Hope you're doing well. No, stop it. Get some help. I'm just saying, like as I said earlier, I could see the reasoning in making it so that it was chance-based stuff to get these things back in the day. Like, it really gave, like, it meant that people wouldn't just finish it and be done. Like, everyone might need to do these duties multiple times, so, like, it stayed relevant for everyone to have a go. But also, do this particular dungeon, and maybe you get the thing you need, is evil. Like, that's just straight up evil. That sounds awesome, Kay. Have a nice walk, though. Uh-oh. I learned this when I did this on Paladin. You need to make sure that you're in front of the Vamura when it dies, otherwise we just awkwardly have to wait for the next one. Yeah, you didn't know that, Rost. As I said, I learned that by making that exact mistake when I was there as Paladin. Oh, that was awkward. You just explained triple triad cards? Yep. There's a chance you'll get the card that you wanted. Whing. I'm the poor vellum. A good book makes you happy. A great book makes you think. A bad book makes your gay bulk shiny. Alright, I don't even know if bad would work. They're more like a garbage book. I just use the book's pages to shine up your gay bulk. Pump it! Aha! It's the Cave Crabs 3! The really funny part with those 3 crabs is that they run exceedingly slowly, so when you do the big AoE pull in this dungeon, they just fall behind. You could be like, I'm in combat with something. Bro? 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 Hey, Zero player. Hope you're doing well. One of them, I think, just does a long cast of something and then gets back to you later. Oh. Hey, some of you sagas. Hope you're doing well. It's a top man. I don't know what a top man is, but maybe it's someone that has done top. Oh, this dungeon really likes to do this thing where it's like, nope, you have to fight these guys first. Multiple times like, nope, not quite yet. Doink. An indigo pearl. Top men are in the sails of a ship. Oh. Oh, we just have those. Fantastic. Yeah, exactly, Zero Play. You might actually want to finish that up. It seems like this step specifically takes up a lot of inventory space. A box. He got me a box. Right. Next dungeon is Amdapok Keep. Nope, not the hard version. That's correct, Kay. I'm missing the furnace ring. Which was what suddenly got me caught up in this in the first place was, oh, I don't have this. And then we just went, never mind. We'll do the dungeon so we know what things we're missing. But I have the perfect firewood, so I'm guessing we're missing the furnace ring and the 2 items for the treasured mother. Another case of, wait, I need to do a thing. I summon Cthulhu Man! Clonk! Ah. The Black Mage weapon, perfectly designed to finish off enemies when they're done monologuing. Yeah, exactly, Izzy. It's weird how there are just guys like that in the game. Just, nope. I've perfected the ability to survive. I will finish this cast, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. That's correct, Kay. That's why I clocked him with my stick. Because you need to do that. Otherwise, he'll just live. But he has 1 HP. So I hit him for 4 damage. Anything more than that would be absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. And overkill. He can live past the Squid Man. But you have to be careful to not hit him. Exactly, sir. That was also the one that I was thinking of. The guy in the vault. That's like, I will summon 4 gargoyles. Reload. Boink. Bruh. I should have used Fire 3 there. My paws will never recover. How will I ever recover from this? And boom! Lost treasure from the paw, specifically. I feel like I've been in that dungeon to get a thing previously. I think that was for a warrior weapon or something. It's really weird how they just keep going, oh, actually, there was another thing that you needed. And we did this just earlier tonight. Imagine if the NPCs just communicated a bit. We didn't have to go multiple times. Exactly, Kay. I have the Atma farming stage of the warrior weapon. If I recall correctly, I was like, I just finished the stuff that I needed to do on a Sunday, and at the time I usually played Baldur's Gate 3 with Sip. Once that was the case, but he was busy with something, so I was like, I'll just do this warrior weapon thing. Surely it won't take that long. And then it took like an hour. I was like, I'm almost ready, I think. Nope, there's another step. Okay, I'm almost ready. We're the sneaking zombie duo. Ah! But they do communicate just to make it as painful as possible. Okay, listen, I need to do that dungeon and that one and that one. Don't tell the Warrior of Light. Okay? That is an early snapshot. I used Mana Ward like about as I entered that. What? How did it survive with 1 HP? That has never happened before. Do you actually need to close the valves to progress, or is that technically optional? Yo. Thank you, Milo. I always close them, just to be sure, so I don't actually know if it was needed. The way you can avoid that, Ceres, is as long as someone else isn't standing right in front of them, if you like walk behind them at an angle, then you won't get hit. But the problem is if someone else is standing in front of them, the explosion from them standing in the way will cause you to get hit anyways. Really annoying. But as long as people stay out of the way, there is a way to avoid getting stopped. Now, it's been a while since I've gotten this dungeon. It's always fun. It's one of those where, like, if you don't say anything, there's a really high chance that your group will wipe. Exactly, always fun when people AoE the ads in the first boss. I think I've had problems because someone ran away with the ads as well. And then AoE'd them. Oh yeah, I've had that happen too, Zav. Usually there's only like one mob at least. I'll run off to the next one. This boss is also scary since you can just wipe because people didn't do the mechanics. And they're like, oh, the boss was almost dead. And then like the guy you need to protect dies. And then it's just, nope. It's the Thornmarsh Extreme school of wiping. Oh yeah, well you didn't do the mechanic correctly. So even though you did very good damage, unfortunately, That's not good enough here. And I'm not saying that as if that's like a bad thing. As a matter of fact, that kind of fight is actually interesting. What about Ramu DPS check? I mean, the ads you have like 2 minutes to defeat. But yeah, I have actually had a run where I had to stop and tell my party, listen, you actually need to attack the ads, guys. Like, I have actually had that happen. Which is quite funny. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, boy. What data center is that, Zolma? Like, I mean, I have had cases where people, like, you know, leave when they see it's Evilise stuff, but I don't think I've seen anyone actually be mad that someone queued for it. People are like, again? Oh, you're doing it enough times that people recognize you. Boonk. I'm also here. Ow! Two small guys, and then the big wyvern comes down and just dies as it appears. Ah, never mind. Ow. And we can't attack it normally, right? Oh, we can! I don't know if that's actually better, but yeah, some attacks are better. That's really silly. Thank you, Kate. Enjoy your walk. Oh. Key. Yeah, I mean, Zoma, the thing is, people going again when you're doing something like that is like, well, what else can you do? Like, you wanted to do the duty, they queued for presumably Alliance Raid Roulette. It's not your fault. Or maybe they queued for Mental Roulette. Now we just need some crafted items. To my house! What do they actually cost, is what I'm wondering. Wait, 8? Oh, that's funny. It's made by the same person. The local supplier. Also the same person. Also the same person. All of Louisoir's relic grinding needs are being met by this one person. And pray for him to continue the good work, indeed. I mean, for those prices, if it's not too much of a hassle, it seems like a pretty good business. Like, if they're making money, it's the kind of item that is just annoying enough that I would, like, easily buy it. Like, I've paid more for something that was easier to get than that, I think. Right, we have the things. What does it say? Go to Gerald. Nice, Relive. Oh, wow. Why is my gear taking so much damage? Was that Ifrit? It can't be. It must be all the duties and all the mobs we've killed, because this one I got after Ifrit. Wow. So many mobs. Hey, man. his dark materia. The items you're decent to get the mats are sort of expensive. Where do you like the? I think the real question there then, Sally, is where do you get those items? They're vendor items just for decenting. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, okay then. Well, given the quantity of the items, I imagine there has to be some level of profit. Also, the fact that there's like one guy that had made all those things, surely they're making a profit, considering that they were like they basically cornered the market in a way. What's Nexus? I imagine I have to not have it equipped once again. And what is it? The next step is more light farming, right? But I feel like based on what I saw on that one, the math on it means that maybe there's a slightly smarter way to do it than specifically freed spam or something. That is such a silly such a silly warning, considering that it's guaranteed. Why are they doing this? Was that ever actually a thing? There's a 1.5% chance of success. Are you sure you want to do it? Are you super sure? Yes. It is quite funny, though. That was the sound of the sound of extracting materia. Lethal weapon. Do I have to have it equipped? Yes, I do. Alacrity says if you say no, they just do it anyway. That's even funnier. Oh, Zorma, I'll have you know that there are people that go to a vendor, buy stuff like iron ore, and then sell it on the market board. And some turn a profit. That extra detail alacrity that they'll do it anyway, even if you say no, really brings it home. Because I was exactly thinking, imagine there were some people that actually took the warning seriously and was like, no, I don't. And then the game just go like, and if it just let you not do it, then they'll just be like that. They would never know that. No, it's 100% safe. And back to Gerald. Forward and back, and then forward and back. Hello. Machinations, machinations, machinations. That are some interesting glasses. When you get the glasses for the looking cool instead of the actually being able to see good. Right. So now... let's see... am I understanding this correctly, that you need... wait, how much light do you need? You need 40 points. All of it. So anything that gives forceful or nice things is basically one go. No, wait, that's wrong. Or maybe it is. Steady is 2 times. Feeble is 10 times. Faint is 5 times. Gentle is 3 times. Steady is 2 times. Forceful is once. And nice things is once. I don't see anything that gives that much. What is a fast way to do this? Suggestions? The page here says Aurum Vale is a good choice. And that is twice. So maybe we'll just try that. Still Ifrit? Well, let's see. Ifrit is gentle. So that would be 3 times. Final Coil is also gentle. You're Ross, are you up for trying some more Ifrit? It says there that they should be equal in value. We'll see. It should be 3 Ifrits. Visualization. Hope you're doing well. Yep, that seems to work. That does it. Fantastic. We just double check, does that look right? Oh, well. Exactly, Seraph. We did this earlier. We already bullied Ifrit for like 30 minutes earlier. Round 2! I'm expecting at this pace that I will eventually do it 4 times. With one of them. Just by accident. Of going so fast. It's just standing here like, how are you collecting this light so fast? How? You just disappear for a second and then that's it? Really? If Reed realizes he's in a hill and it's not of his own making. He should just be fast on the trigger with the becoming invulnerable. It's the only thing that could have worked. Or maybe you should ask those weird priests and cultists how they survive with 1 HP until they finish the thing they want to do. Like that, now that would be big brain if he did that, so he could survive long enough to put down his nails. crab. If you can become invincible, it's kind of silly of him to become vulnerable again. Yeah, it is, isn't it? There is something weird about all the enemies in the fantasy games going, enough! And then monologues, and then they turn off the invulnerability. Or alternatively, why didn't they finish you off while you were stunned for a full minute? One more finished. Enemies need to build up LB before they enrage. The real reason why they don't just enrage, they're building LB. See, I was mildly... I was heavily wondering whether we would be able to finish the weapon tonight, but when this is the final step, we're gonna have time to spare. Assuming that I don't run into something like the duty limit actually applying to trials. I like how it gives you the full tutorial on how it works every time you grab one. The duty limit is the game's hard and rage. I've been told that it doesn't apply to trials. So we can hope that that's the case. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very awkward, screeching halt kind of ending. When the game says, no more! The game says, enough! The game says, no more games! Halfway. I've never actually ran into the duty limit, so I haven't ever seen what it looks like. So if it happens, I'm probably gonna get very surprised. But yeah, quickly run that tally when you need to do this 36 times. So I could imagine you would easily spend that whole limit if you did this with any dungeons for light supplement, considering how many dungeons you need for the earlier steps. One third left. Oh. That also works. Does the score matter for the XP awarded by cosmic exploration missions? I don't know, Bokash. Hey Marco, hope you're doing well. Based on what we've seen of the mobile game, it's going to play completely differently. It's going to look somewhat similar, but it's going to play very differently in certain ways, in certain aspects. But it's been a while since I've seen anything of it. Did you figure out what the game was trying to execute when entering the duty? I think it's because Rust isn't out of a loading screen or something when I send it. Almost. We have 2 more left. 6 runs left. Five. Four. Welcome back from your walk, Kate. 3. 2. It's like a really slow countdown, like New Year's Eve. But a really, really slow countdown for some reason. One. Happy New Year? Like question mark? I don't need to talk with you, do I? Yeah, and it took about 15 minutes. Is there a macro that target people based on their number in the party? Yes. If you write like that, that'll actually write the name of the person that is that number in your party. But yeah, also the default, by default, the F keys will target them. But if you in a macro put something like less than 2 greater than, then it'll target the second player in your party. Because if you write that actually in game, you can see if I just do this real quick, you can see in the chat that if I write less than 1 greater than, it'll write my own name. If I write 2, it'll write Rust's name, and it'll just use that when you, for instance, say, you know, use a target macro. So I just have to go back now, right? Yes. Also, thank you, Rust. It's crazy that that last step takes like 15 minutes like that, when, like, the book step is like, I would say just... Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but it feels like it's over 50% of the whole journey. It's over 50%. Do I have to have it equipped? What do I have to do now? Exactly, Rust. The book step was started on the first stream where I did like 2 books. Then there was another stream where I just did books and didn't finish, and then I did another like 5 books on this, another 2 books on this stream, and everything else was like on 2 sides of like on the 2 sides of that. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, hey, Dark Phoenix, I hope you're doing well. Although, in fairness, the Atma step can also be ludicrously long, because that one is straight up RNG. Like, the book step is slight RNG because you need the fates and such, but the Atma step is just RNG, so that one might also be a huge portion, depending on your luck. Also true, Dark Phoenix. And also the quest step, where you have to do various dungeons. Apparently it used to be a chance that you'd get the item, rather than you just getting it. So, like, the book step has also been nerfed. Like, apparently you used to need like 10 of each mob in the book, but I don't imagine it said you had to do each fate multiple. Well, they look happy. Pose for the fans! Oh, just to be clear, Rust, I believe they buffed the drop rates, like, in Heaven's Ward or something. Nice. Can I dye it, though? I can! It has 2 slots. Wait, what's the other one? Oh, it's that! Why? Oh, that is nice. Wow, like look at that. Like that's pink, but that is pink. What do we do with the other one? Feels kind of like Maybe just leave it. Yeah, maybe just leave it and just do this. And then we can do this. That is nice. I really like the glowing outline on it up there as well. I almost wish it extended further than that. Is that the Gaybolg made manifest? The Longinus? That's a weird name. The one piety and the spell speed. Perfection. This is just... It doesn't get better than this. Just the one piety, just in case, you know? Yeah, that one piety is crucial. What if they ran out of MP? How would they Dragonfire dive? What do you mean that doesn't cost MP? What? But yeah, anyway, what I was saying before was, back in the day, the Atma step was even meaner than it is now. The book step, I don't know how much meaner it was. What I do understand is that the kill 3 of this set of tasks was kill 10 of this, and that alone is incredibly annoying, as you can imagine, because most of those mobs, there maybe would be 3 of them at any one time. So you basically have to kill them and come back later when they respawned, or just hang out until they did. Which is already incredibly obnoxious. I don't know if you needed to do more than 3 dungeons. I don't know if you needed to do more than 3 fates. I don't know if you needed to do more than 3 lives per book. But if you did, that would also add to it. But 10 of the mobs would still be something that is like reasonably predictable. Meanwhile, there's of course also, back in the day, the light farm would be a lot more time consuming because you wouldn't just be able to kill Ifrit, like, I don't know, 80 times or something, and then call it a day. And the quest part with the 4 quests, the guild portion of it alone would probably be really painful given the price of the things. based on what others have said, 100k gil was a pretty hefty amount. And you needed multiple of those. And then you also needed the desynth thing in that. And that would be a chance. And then all of the dungeons, you clear the dungeon, maybe you get the thing, or you have to go again. So I will say I could picture that the reason why the book step is so evil is because all the other steps have been nerfed significantly more than the book step. Does that sound somewhat reasonable? Does that seem like that makes sense? I feel like that at least makes sense. Because I can't imagine that, like, or maybe the book step was even more obnoxious, like that people hated it just as much as they do now. Just relatively speaking, it's a little more manageable now. I don't know. But that is crazy. It's something like that, Rust. Let's see, I think we spent most of the books. I believe we spent like an hour, 30 minutes to an hour per book. Where some of them were a little bit faster and some of them were a bit slower. So like about 45 minutes or something per book. So the first stream we spent, I think, like an hour picking up the weapon initially. Then we spent 0 time on the Atma step because I just had the Atma. And then we spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours on the first 2 or 3 books or something. And then the next one we spent 3 hours just doing books. And then this one we spent like an hour and a half, I think, 2 hours on 2 books. And then like 30 minutes on light farming. And then, I don't know, 5 minutes on shoving materia in. And then like an hour or something? 2 hours? 2 hours or so on the quests. And then like 15 minutes on a little bit more light farming. And boom, we're done. And we finished, Caitlin. This sounds rewarding. I mean, it looks cool, doesn't it? Admittedly, so I don't dislike the Shadowbringers and Endwalker relic weapons, but for Black Mage, the Endwalker like techie style feels a little bit off to me, and the Shadowbringers one with the spiky things, like, as a relic weapon, that looks fine. But I feel like you could do something a little bit more fantastical for Black Mage. So I like this one better for that. Punching Ifrit, you mean? He certainly got bullied. But let's see that. I believe I started this stream with 1,800 tomestones. And I had 2 books. Well, I needed to buy 1 more book because I had one on me and needed to do another one. And then 800 for spring water. And then, what was it? 600 for that last step. That really adds up quickly. And what kind of reference image, Kay? But yeah, if you can instantly kill Ifrit, if you can, then that seems to be a pretty reliable way to finish both light steps. Ifrit getting bullied for light had the school kid getting bullied for lunch run, I feel. The bags of money? This? No, it's mine. It's my money. That's what I give the Dorman Enclave each week. Can you give us supplies? We'll pay you for it. And I'm like, yeah, here's money. And they don't even mind. They're perfectly okay with that. Yeah, now give me back double. That's really, really bad conversion rate for them. The art of the deal, I know, right? That is certainly a deal. Yeah, I could imagine that I might start on a Heavensward Relic. Not tonight, but as the next thing, do the Black Mage Heavensward Relic. I don't know if I'll do the other A Realm Reborn relics on stream or in my own time how I'll do it, but I'll probably work on them. But you know, doing one of each relic seems apt. Seems fitting. At least of the relics I haven't done. Because I have finished all the Shadowbringers relics and all of the Endwalker relics. Now the question is what things I need to have prepared for the Heavensward Relic Grind. There seem to be two emo kids behind you. No, they're Love Knights. Love Knight. Can't you see their pink swords of love? No, not the Endwalker relics. That must have taken forever. Yeah. Tomes, a gigantic amount of poetics. I've heard and I've read and heard that the Heavensward relic can consume like 20,000 poetics if you spend everything. Like if you get everything with poetics. Can't you skip a step of the Heavensward relic if you have the ARR relic? I believe so. How is it that works? You do the quest and you hand in the A Realm Reborn relic, and if you do, then it'll treat it as if you have the A Realm Reborn relic in terms of getting replicas, right? And it allows you to skip a step of the Heavensward one. We'll probably do that. Can I just go and buy the replica now? Huh. I should probably have dyed that one instead. Whoops. Right. Yeah, that sounds good to me, Taldemar. It's not like I was ever intending to use this for real combat. That seems like the way to start it. Also a perfect way to continue, right? But yeah, I do believe there's something about you being able to spend an absolutely mind-boggling amount of poetics on the Heavensward ones. But I feel like I've also been told that most of those steps, there are other ways. Like, you can get around, like, and spend other resources, or just avoid spending poetics. Because 20,000 is like... Well, obviously there's no way for me to have 20,000 poetics on hand for a stream. You can spend crafter scripts or get them before. Yeah, that every single material that is needed would be like the idea would then be to like collect those beforehand. Or at least some of them. Nice, Zoba! One step closer! Yeah, that sounds about right, Zenfan. The main reason why there's like the possibility of way more is exactly because some of the items you might be able to buy with poetics or acquire elsewhere. Now that is nice. I had I never actually paid attention to what that relic looked like, so I was a little bit surprised that this is the final product, considering how it was glowing very differently in an earlier step. But you know, I believe that's like a classic with Final Fantasy XIV relic weapons. That it's like, first it looks like this, then it becomes a slightly cooler version of this, then it becomes a glowy version of this, then it becomes a very glowy version of this, then it becomes something completely different, and then it becomes a glowy version of this. That's a good point, Milo. Now you can see how much I was paying attention to it. Can we get all relic steps again as glam or just the final one? Well, the vendor was selling all of them. You can even get the unfinished Stardust Rod replica if you want. I'm not sure why you would, but hey, if you want it. You can even see it just in the icon of the weapon, like there, just really boring. Then it gets like a little gem. It's, I think the tint on it changes, and then it becomes even brighter. Maybe slightly brighter. I imagine that's where like glow that would be only visible when you use a weapon appears. And then it just... like, and... Nope. Don't forget the kettle. The kettle? That's an extra one, right? Which one of the guys? There's two guys. This, right? Yeah, I have seen those. I'd probably do that eventually in that whole process. Which also reminds me that if I want to do more ARR relics, I would also need to do even more I'd need to do even more Atma farming. You can see I have enough for the remaining ones. For most. But there's like 4 different Atmas I haven't finished. And I'd need to collect 600 Alexandrite? And then the rest is... I also need to get 9 more sets of all the items for the quest part. And... I mean, I don't have the things to finish it if it is a lot of stuff. Where are you saying the guy is? The upgrade guy. That? Not that? Good luck, Angel. Book! Why is there a book on your anvil? Are you going to hammer that too? He wants us to think he can read. Hey Krampus, hope you're doing well. Gotta hammer in some higher res textures. Anyway. Looks like they're evenly matched. Oh. Okay. 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 What now? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Did you say 50 Alexandrite? I don't have that kind of Alexandrite. Not on me. Get to opening maps. I don't have the poetics to buy those. As it turns out. What are hunt seals? How many do they cost? Where do you buy them? I have enough poetics for 4 maps. 50 each. Okay, that I can do. That I can manage. I'll just leave party. That is probably faster, considering the maps are accomplished in an instant. Tenth of Narian Mist. Good that you said that now. So 10 of these. Caitlyn, the NPC in Modona, only gives a free map if you do a high-level duty roulette for them. They don't just give it for free. Yeah, if it's 50 allied seals for 1 Alexandrite, that's not worth it. That is way too expensive. Yeah, the Inferno, Vortex, and Crag Fragment I kinda assumed were Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda. Well, let's see what we can do. We do have, like, some time left. We can do this. We might have to do an actual high-level dungeon roulette then. But I don't know if that... I don't think I'll be able to get 10 maps. And I only have I only have enough hunt currency for 10. And I have 0 Alexandrite. I spent it all on this stream. I spent it all here. I specifically aimed to have enough for the Black Mage weapon, and then I sort of just like stockpiled poetics to make sure I had enough for the other things. So I don't have any. And I don't have any poetics left. What are you whispering, Angel? RP walk? I'm very confused. I think a good starting point would be to do high-level roulette, at least. Oh, that's what you meant. But yeah, beyond that, ARF is actually a pretty good choice, yeah. Does anyone else want to come for high-level dungeons? How long does ARF take in a pre-made? I don't know. I do not know. I don't think I've ever done ARF in a full pre-made. Hunts are a good way to get predicts. Yes, if there's a hunt train, as I recall. ARF is a therochemical research facility. We have so many people suddenly coming in. Who am I inviting? We somehow have an abundance of tanks, it looks like. I think I can be the healer if that has to be. I can also be the... I can be the fill, but if Milo's right here ready to tank, that works. I think Ilya is on an alt, so they might not actually be able to do a bunch of rolls. That's only if you want to, Milo. It was just... I assumed that it was you're showing you wanted to join. So like this? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to exclude anyone, but we immediately have way more people than I can bring. Like, look at this. I was intending to do high-level dungeons roulette first, because that can be off, but it also both gives 100 poetics, but also gives me a map, which is worth 75. And it's probably also more valuable for everyone else. Yeah, well... The burn it is. Sure, Caitlin. We can probably mix it up a bit. I don't know how many runs I'll need to do in total. of things, but it'll probably be off after this. Did you wipe, Angel? Oops, all fire 4. One more. And one more. And we can finish with a flare. Boink. Oh, wait a minute. This might not have been my brightest idea. Complex rotation! You mean like advice, Caitlin? I probably can, but I might not be super focused on that. You know, that actually reminds me of a pretty funny incident ages ago, Zorma. When I did Dead Ends solo on stream, I believe that was still back when... yeah, that was still an Endwalker. So I needed people to help me to enter the duty in the first place. Because you can't use unrestricted to then go in alone for current content. And the final boss dropped the Starbird, which I already had. But at least one of the people that helped me get inside didn't have it. But they had already left because otherwise party bonus would mean that I was basically cheating. So I just had to pass on it awkwardly. Ley lines! Faster fire force! More fire force! It's also pretty funny. Before you get high Thunder, Thunder 3 is like 30 potency better than Fire 4. So unless the Thunder Dot ticks out fully, it's actually better to just cast more Fire 4s. I mean, like, that comes with the extra assumption that, like, the mobility afforded by using Thunder doesn't, like, turn into something else. Like, you can weave stuff during that, which might be handy. But it is pretty funny that Thunder 3 is, like, relatively speaking in that specific context, surprisingly weak. It's M7S, the dragon heads! Oh, whoops. That was an accident. Thank you. I should not have done it like that. You're welcome, Zoma. Doink. And now, we get to have a map. Hello. I can have map? Right, so I have a map and 5 Alexandrite, so I need enough for 8 more. Well, that would be 6, so I'd need 400 more poetics, so I would have to run off 4 times, for example. Is that the fastest way? It might be. The burn isn't super hard. It's mainly the last boss has some mean stuff where like it'll just reflect on you and stuff like that. And the breath that I sidestepped, some people don't realize that they have to move away, and the dot hurts a lot. Caitlin, is that you? Or is that someone else? Right. Well, we can mix it up a bit. But I don't want to force anyone to do ARF if they don't want to do ARF. But we're doing ARF. Like 3 times, from what I can tell. Yeah, the burn is not too bad. It's mainly the last boss that has like one or two mean things, and I think they've also been nerfed very slightly. Good luck, Zoma. I don't think that this ley line is extremely gratuitous. Absolutely not needed. Oh well, I can't even bring it with me. What do I need to be able to buy maps? You need to complete the book stage, and also complete. No, actually, isn't it right after the book stage? I'm pretty sure it's right after the book stage is the Alexandrite stage. And that's when you can buy the maps. And also get the daily quest for an extra map. Yep, books. Books. Like, just generally getting one weapon through now that I've done this much, getting one weapon through is a really good idea, because there are several parts, like several things that you can get done once you've, like, done one weapon. Like, now that I've completed one, I can just put company seals into the items that I need for company seals, and I can just like invest poetics in the various things that I need for that, instead of like spending it on something else. Enough! It didn't even stun me to say enough. Enough! I call shenanigans. Right in my ley lines. I can. But could you not cleave my ley lines?
In the name of the Emperor!
In the name of the Emperor! Boom. Flare. Telemas says a single S rank is 100 predicts, but if you proc the Giga S rank, that's 400. That's not, yeah, exactly, Telemar. That is exactly the problem, is that you wouldn't really be able to stream that really well either, because like you don't know when. Like unless you plan the stream when you know that the hunt is happening. Otherwise, it's just going to be really awkward. This boss has a funny thing with the exactly 2 players stack marker. It really hurts if you don't get it exactly right. But it seems to be like somewhat semi HP threshold related, how quickly it like runs through its forms. So I don't know if we can skip it. I'm imagining we can't. Here it comes. Oh, whoops. Oh well, fight is over. I should not have used transpose there. Max level habits. Oh, an instant at the end of Umbral Ice. I should transpose to use Paradox. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. My estimate from this point is I've just realized now that my live chat on the left screen had been dead for a little bit. I think it was acting up a little bit at least. And now me completely distracted used Fire 1. No one saw that. Civilization says, how do you think they could do Geomance on 14? I would imagine if they did, it would probably be a healer. However, they've actually already established Geomancer lore in the game. Because in the Astrologian storyline, I can't remember if it's from Heavensward or from Stormblood forward, you're working together with a geomancer, which is basically an astrologian. Like, broadly speaking, they play like that guy fights like an astrologian, I believe. That doesn't mean that they couldn't just go, oh, well, that's a different kind of astrologian. Like, they'd just be like, yeah, well, not a different kind of astrologian, a different kind of geomancer, and just go, well, the way the geomancer you do is this way. Oh, right, that's true, he's a conjurer, that's correct. He's straight up a conjurer in playstyle. But yeah, same idea. He's, like, they basically already established that stuff, but that doesn't mean they couldn't change it. Like, in the same way that people are, like, speculating what they'll do with Beastmaster, but technically in Shadowbringers and Boja, we were fighting Beastmasters using a one-handed axe and a shield. So if Beastmaster comes out as a limited job, as we've been promised, and it uses a one-handed axe and a shield, all I can say is we kind of knew that was coming. But if they use anything else, that's basically precedence to say, well, anything is possible. Just because they have shown that a specific thing works a specific way, that doesn't mean that that's the only way it can work.
Darkness shall consume light.
A chemist. I feel like... I think I've mentioned this before, but I feel like I remember hearing actually like the devs saying... I did it again. The devs saying that they had toyed with the idea of like an alchemist or something job, but they couldn't quite make it work, and it also, like, the idea wasn't super well cooked, and also it might confuse with the existence of the chemist crafter, or alchemy crafter, that is already in the game. Which I feel like is a pretty reasonable point. Yeah, I think something that is possibly relevant as a takeaway from that kind of conversation is also that we have been told by the devs that they've, like, various ideas that they have where they've been like, well, we couldn't make it work, like, so just because something hasn't happened basically means they just might not have come up with the perfect idea to make it work yet. It's also possible that they've tried it so many times that they've given up on it and never told us. And we won't know until they say exactly that. When is that intermission coming? Oh, now. I don't know, Zolma. When I think of, like, future jobs, I mostly think of, like, what we don't have. And I basically keep saying I want a job that is more focused on dots, because we don't really have that. The ones that we have don't really count. Like, they barely qualify at all. So whatever it would be, I would hope that it's a dot job. Oh yeah, we did have limit break. Oops. $369, nice. Actually, this would do it. But it could be really bad. And really long. But MSQ Roulette would straight up do it. But it would actually have done it immediately without ARF. Oops. Anyone who wanna MSQ Roulette? Plenty that want MSQ Roulette. Maybe it makes sense that we do a full new team. Right, Caitlin? Then everyone gets a ride, so to speak. And also, in regards to you asking if you could get tips, I didn't really have any. I didn't have any notes. Not necessarily, Caitlin. Usually, when I ask, it's like the. If you just leave, that's usually the request, like to check if you're okay with that. You know, I don't want to be the one kicking, even though I imagine most are like, well, if you say you want me to leave, I'll leave. So yeah, but thank you, and I think you did well. I wasn't healing you. So I didn't exactly notice that there was some small outliers, but I didn't hear, like, I don't think Kay mentioned it. Like, it didn't seem like Kay had any issues. And aggro was held. Mobs were killed. Right, well, we rolled big oof. Yeah, exactly, Milo. I'm also just saying that that's the thing, is that if I'm doing duties like this, I don't want anyone to, like, feel like they have to come along. But this would certainly give me the poetics that I need to finish up this thing that we're doing here. But I can also see that we'll go overtime on a Saturday where we're already going long. So this will be fun. Overtime. Hey, Coco! Hope you're doing well. If it again fuck relic questline of that length. Yeah. Not safe in your country? What happened, Coco? Getting attacked by the British. Yeah, I heard, Milo. What was it fun? Say Cyanide. Hope you're doing well. Shaq, you slither and got very far. Thank you, Sip. At least the maps are really fast for this. Once we have the poetics in hand, we can just... And then I guess... Are those fragments from Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, are they from Extreme? Not that it's really a big deal. I'm pretty sure I can one-shot them now with my good weapon. Dun 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 dun. You know, it's pretty funny. Just like with Scholar having something really wacky going on at level 50, where they spam out of war on single target, which really confuses people. Black Mage has an AoE rotation so wacky that it looks like you're doing it wrong. With the slow casted Fire 2s. And it is optimal. I ran the numbers. I even had Strat check it with me. It's really strange. Really, really strange. Guys, don't talk to me. I'm hiding under my hat. I'm busy hiding under my hat. That's why I brought such a big hat. Gee? Huh? Oh. The long stare with the glowing eyes. Yours has glowing eyes. The long stare with the glowing eyes. Now, level 50 Black Mage rotation. Let's go. Pew. Pew. Imagine getting a proc. Actually got the proc exactly where I needed it to do some optimization, then I missed the opportunity to actually do it. The greed was rewarded. Ow. Greed was not rewarded. Womp. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, womp. Womp, womp. I always get surprised just how many poetics the MSQ roulette gives. 350 for the daily. I thought it would be like 150 and then like the extra from the actual duty. Nope. It'll be like, I don't know, 500 when we're done here? Yep, 500 for this duty. Crazy. Suddenly, why do I hear knocking? Just Shaq just sneaking about. I wonder why they let you use the cannon, like the guns when the cannon is so much stronger every time. It might as well just give you the big blast and nothing else. Oh yeah, you can use a frontal cone. It does 2/3 of the damage. And all of the enemies are designed perfectly so that they need a multiple of the big cannon attack. So the little guns are never going to be better. Ever. Good luck, Angel. A test of your reflexes. Okay, maybe Shaq wanders really fast. Takes big steps like a potato, but has longer legs. If I remember correctly, Shaq is really tall. So imagine if he took big steps like a Lalafell. It's like 800 kilometers. Well, I mean, if he takes big enough steps, maybe. Next cutscene! Oh boy! You have been leaving a fine mess in your wake, adventurer. Thank you. It better be a fine mess. Better be all crumbled to dust. That pink is so bright in that lighting. Yeah, it is. I'm just telling you, that pink is so bright that it is so bright in any situation. Case is reminded that Nero had a voice actor on AR, but they just didn't use him in Praetorium. This whole duty is weird. Every cutscene, the moment the speech bubbles appear, the music lowers so that you can hear them talk, but none of them have voice lines until the end. Why? Like, what? Like, even Sid, Sid had already had to come in to do voice lines for this. But they just didn't voice him for the earlier parts. Maybe so that it wouldn't be weird when Nero didn't get a voice part here. But it's just so strange. So strange. So, they saved it all for... Now see, that's the thing, Rose. Sid has voiced lines in this duty. That's the thing that, that's the thing that makes it really weird. If it was, only Gaius has voice lines, then I would have been, slightly more understanding. But Sid has voice lines. But just only in the last cutscene. That's what makes it so weird. Cases, I think they probably rushed Praetorium and maybe rewrote some of the dialogue after it had been recorded. That could be. And I agree with that, Krampus. It's it's sometimes really hard to know, to be able to tell what is and isn't supposed to be voiced. A lot of people say that they assume that any, in Dawntrail, for instance, they assume that anything that isn't voiced probably isn't important. It wasn't important enough to voice it, so probably not crucial for the story. But if you skip all of that dialogue, you'll miss, details. In Dawntrail and Endwalk and Shadowbringers. So that doesn't work. I miss my timings and I will be 1,000 feet away from Nero after cutscene. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Back in the day, people would limit break him from here, because you'd have limit break. Those ones too, Ilana, when you have a voiced cutscene, then it fades to black, and then suddenly that's no longer voiced. I did it again. Oh well. Yeah, right. No swift cast. Never mind then. Got the perfect setup, but no swift cast to use it with. Bam, 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 bam. Back in Mayday. I do wonder. Also, enjoy your evening, Kay. I do wonder. Because the best explanation I can give... Well, I have two possible ones. In regards to the voiced cutscene swaps to non-voiced cutscene is exactly the argument someone else brought, that maybe the cutscenes where everything is voiced is like they know for certain this is what the dialogue is going to be. And they'll stick to that. And then when there's like maybe a little bit more heavy exposition, they'll be like, let's not voice that, because then if we change our mind on it, it's a lot easier to change it and fix it. It's also possible that it's a lot more time consuming in addition to having the voices, to make voiced cutscenes. So like if it's not voiced, then it'll just be like camera cut to Grazia, show the dialogue, right? Cut to Alphino, show dialogue, then cut to Alice, show dialogue, back to Grazia, show dialogue. Like, very easy. Whereas when it's voiced, maybe it's a lot harder to do it like that. Like, maybe that it is more time consuming. So like in addition to having to have the voice actors come in and do the stuff. But if we assume that, well, the voice actors are already there and they'll do it, like, sure, it'll cost more, but that is what I'm wondering. Is like, is that it? I could absolutely get the oh, we don't voice some of those cutscenes because then it's easier to fix it if we find out that we actually wanted the to say something different in that cutscene. Like, I could see that. I could see that be the explanation. But I would like to hear if that was the explanation. But the ultimate weapon is all-powerful! I don't think the connection will last much. And scene.
Do you believe in Eorzea?
Do you believe in Eorzea?
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not?
Kind of, Zaf. We're gathering some poetics for Kettle to the Metal.
I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly
Thankfully, this is not actually required for any of the ARR Reborn relics.
served you so well in Cartano and call them down, they will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether.
Also that, Alana, how did he know
Gods are no
that the connection was bad? He was just talking at us.
everyone, except but this, and you will see how Eorzea's
Maybe the Warrior of Light just emits some sort of static noise. That's why everyone sees us coming.
your masters.
It would just emit a noise.
Why do they cling to these
And it tells everyone exactly what they need to know.
men of learning? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world.
Oh, that's close, Zav.
He hath fought ever to raise
Almost.
himself through conflict, to grow rich through
For the world of man to slap, man must drag the world.
strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Yeah, also M4S prog and then EX4 prog back to back. That is quite something. Also, just the switching of the context switching.
Only a man of power can rightly steer the
And T6S before that.
and in this land of creep,
Zav's big rating day.
that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule.
My readiness to rule. I rule. You rule. Take that.
Power to stop me.
And a proc. Bam. And a proc. Bam. And another proc. Bam. Oh, okay. Reload. Pew.
Know your place.
Perfect. Pew. Not punished.
We shall see and finish what you have started.
We shall see if you can finish what you have started. I mean, I feel like we finished pretty well. The unfortunate part is that we can't skip your phantom phase, so... Big oof on that. Oh. Right. That was not my smartest big brain combo. That then turned out to be not at all a big brain combo after all. When the Black Mage does something genius and then they realize that nope, actually their brain is smoothing out as we speak. Eorzea's mine by right. Splat. I can't receive any more tomestones of mathematics, guys. No more math. No more math smartphones for me. But... now we can turbo spam getting some treasure maps. No more math. I will leave and speed run through these. No more math. Yeah, that was a pretty good, pretty quick run. I think there was not a lot of places where we could have gone faster. Oh. Oh, that's true, False Geek. We could have done shenanigans to skip them, but without that, I feel like we got to the cutscenes and finished the cutscenes about as fast as we could. That B Cloud made a huge mistake. I'll fight you. You don't want this. you don't want this. $160,000 company seals. Well, I think someone mentioned that spamming Ravana Extreme is a reasonable company seal farm, Milo. And thank you for joining, Caitlin. It is always fun to play with all of you. The problem for me, as I've said like a million times by now, is whenever I like host something where I can bring people, I'm like, I wish I could bring everyone, but a lot of the daily roulettes and such are like, well, you need 4 here and 8 here. And yeah, I can't bring everyone. Like, that's why whenever we've done the daily roulettes hangouts, that I keep a note note on who was in there and who's not in there, so that I make sure that everyone gets a turn, so that it's not like people don't just stand around. Because I also want to play with everyone. Bring everyone into the new Cold Crescent? Yeah, that is something we can do. That is something that we'll be able to do together. Well, kind of. Because I would only be able to bring everyone from EU. She's here like, oh, you want a map? Sure. But only 1 per person, right? I just stuff it in my shoe. Can I have another one? Didn't I just give you one? No, don't know what you're talking about. It didn't give me one. Have another one. Wait, where's that? Huh? Huh? There. There. Caitlin, I believe, so Melo also plays on controller, he plays on PlayStation even, but I believe he's got a keyboard to be able to respond faster, so that's something you could look into as well. Something like that? A little bit north. Is it here? Yay! We've arrived to protect the treasure. Wow. Never mind. Really getting me with these wacky ones tonight, huh? Here? Yeah, with that said, Caitlin, everyone rides at different speeds. People say that I ride extremely fast. So easy for me to say, well, all you need is a keyboard. There's a risk that I could spawn S ranks with these, Angel? You don't ride, you manifest. Well, the thing is, Angel, not much you can do about that. You're saying it like it's a risk that I'd have to avoid. It's not much I would be able to do about it if it spawned one, right? If it's something so mundane that you could absolutely just happen to do it while you're there, then it's just oof, right? Now that's true, Viek. That we could that is also an option. Just to say, well, it spawned. Okay, I will admit. Every single map I've gotten now has felt like, where in the world is this? And when I get it that many times in a row, clearly the problem is me. That I'm just not used to these maps enough. So every map would be wacky for me. Oh, true, Viek. My point wasn't to say, oh, well, it's mine, I'll just be greedy with it. It was more like, I'm doing maps. If the guy spawns, then the guy spawns. If I can't plan what I'm doing around whether it's on cooldown or not. But that doesn't mean that I can't be like, well, it spawned. Actually knowing how how strong of a tendency I have to miss those kinds of things, it might actually just spawn on me and I wouldn't even notice. I would just be like someone might go, oh, did you not see the S rank spawned? And I'd be like, what? Where? Huh? Like, that would be absolutely how I would react to that. Not even like in any, like, not in a malicious way, anything like, oh no, I didn't see it, where is it? Like, actually, like, I wouldn't even realize that I did something. Just, what? You sent presents of... Angel, I just want you to know that I have reviewed clips where the boss casts a thing and I'll be like, where's the cast bar? And the cast bar is like smack dab in the middle of the screen, like right here. And because it isn't up here, it's invisible. So if I don't need to see it, I might not notice. I'd just be on my way and everyone else is gonna be like, what, where are you going? The S rank spawned. I should have found this a lot faster. Those dots are right there. They shrank. Oh, Coco's here. How random. This one we had earlier. Bye, Coco. Someone was quick to resupply that treasure. I think the ones that resupplied it are still here, Zaf. Now we're back on track. The Atma is always something, Caitlin. That's why I basically try to grind it, like, separate, so I don't ever have to do that when I'm in the mood to do a relic or something. I just have them on hand. But I need some more, because I don't have all of that as finished. Wow. It's beautiful. Did he say, is this about Thavnarian Mist? It is. Well, you know, hilarious you should ask for exactly that. Because wouldn't you know it, a potat has told me that you wanted this. One potat. Good night, Surf. Wow, now it's glowing. Is wind ether coming out of it? The perfect. Wait, me? Ta-da! And do this one next. I wonder if I can get her straight to dead. Be a little harder. So I believe the timing is even tighter. Nope, never mind. Ifrit just like finally recovering from all the beatings. He's like, oh, wait, you again? No, wait! Why? And then Garudan Titan next just gets beating like, what? Why me? Why me? I know it is possible to insta-skip this guy, but oh, never mind. He died as he jumped, apparently. Apparently that's possible. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Don't forget to awaken the primals before killing them. Oh no! That they can sleep. It's fine. The ultimate kettle nexus. These guys are dangerous. You'll be like, I know, asking them for a chair. And you'll get this. Oh. Well. A special selection? Wait, what's the difference? Just the kettles? And this? It's glowy kettles? And this? Is total insanity kettles that smoke and everything. Yeah, I think we're taking those. It looks crazy. Fantastic, we did it. I actually thought that that was way more complicated than that. Perfect for next tea time stream, yeah. Just walking with those. But great, that means that there's just the other ARR Realm Reborn relics and then maybe starting on a Heaven's Ward relic. But we made it, and only I actually thought it would take more overtime, but this is good. But yeah, it is quite late. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. Throughout a week, I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the chat that Aradel posted right there. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!